In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and we're back on YouTube after our little break, after our little siesta, after our little nap. Something about an Elisa Jordana video from a year and a half ago. It happens once a year. I think as we continue here on the old school steel toe beat that we've been on for the last year, I think that'll happen less and less. But, you know, like any gal, we've got a past. And in that past is a lot of bodies. We hurt a lot of people. Still hurting people, but just now we just hurt people by just doing our show and me waking up in the morning and not dying. And apparently exercising. If I exercise, people just straight razor to the wrists. Just bleed on camera. I don't want to make fun of them too much. I got Chad Buzamak DMing me like, don't make fun of these guys too much. They're crazy. They'll go nuts. And it's like, I know. But I could talk shit about them or I could sneeze. Like either one of them, they're going to go nuts. If we're being very honest, let's say this before we get started today. I think the best advice I could give them would be,
learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem.
If you learn that, you're going to be much better off. Welcome to the show. We've got a great one. Now, you might notice, where's Johnny? The reason Johnny's not here today is a beautiful thing. It's actually a great thing that Johnny's not here today because we have a really good show, and I don't want him to fuck it up. Johnny's daughter, much like my children, have the day off of school today. And whereas after the morning show's over, I'm just, they've got today and tomorrow off, I'll just go pick them up. Johnny doesn't get a lot of days to spend like a whole morning and a whole day with his daughter. So he asked me this weekend, like back on Friday or Saturday, he said, hey, do you mind? My daughter's got the morning off school and I would like to spend the day with her. And I'm like, fucking, like, if you do a show with someone who doesn't have kids, you might ask him that and they'd be like, what a fag. I don't know what the fuck is he doing? If you do a show with another guy who's a dad, I mean, that's an easy one. Like, you just ask, you could almost do that telepathically. Like, if you go, if you say to a guy with no kids, like, hey, my daughter has the day off of school tomorrow, they'd be like, okay, yeah. And they don't get it. But if you, like another dad, you go, hey, my daughter has the day off school tomorrow. I'm like, say no more. We got it. So Johnny wanted today off. I said, sure. I know Wednesdays are tricky for him because he really wants to put together good shows when he does those shows with Digger. So I don't know if we're doing Tuesday, Wednesday this week or Tuesday, Thursday with Johnny. I'll kind of let him decide. He has something he really wants to show you guys too, and I think he's debuting it on this show. So we'll wait until then. But yes, we are back. I am very excited. Today's going to be a great show. I tell you what, once I start prepping the show, I don't stop prepping the show. Like every time I go on Twitter, there's something there that we can use. And this morning I was sitting down here getting everything ready, getting everything organized. And I had to stop. I had to stop scrolling because there were more clips and more stories and more things. And I'm sitting here removing stuff that I wanted to start the show with and replacing it with this. And then we'll move this to the evening show. And I'm like, I have to just sit here for a minute. Like I'm prepping to, like, the more this show becomes like the old days, the more old days me comes back. And old days me is like not as lazy, like drama me or that kind of me, or where I follow this other stupid shit, is really lazy. Like doing that kind of show is very lazy. It doesn't do much for you. But when you're actually putting a real talk show together, I'm ashamed to even say this, but it's just you're constant. Once you start, you can't stop. You're like, oh, this will be great. Oh, this would be awesome. And then you curate it perfectly and you're like, I've got it, until you go back on again. And then all of a sudden it's just more. Oh, shit, maybe this thing I had here wasn't so good. Maybe I should replace it with this thing. And maybe at some point you just have to say, look, man, it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be exactly the way you want it. Just let it go. Let it go. Don't let Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. That's what you have to do at some point. Very excited about this show. Deutsch Chad says it's like a cocaine addiction. Like I said, I never really got that one. I never really got the cocaine thing. The 3-4 times I did that was more of a guilt thing. I was more of a Molly on the weekend kind of guy, which is that's such a midlife crisis fucking gay thing to do. Like, I'm so ashamed of that man. I'm so ashamed of that guy. Oh, what a loser. Just what a loser I was, you know? What a fucking bum. Ugh. Don't even recognize that guy anymore. Citizen M2 says Digger is really cool. Hats off to Johnny. Yeah, I don't know, like, can Digger do this show once a week, like a guest spot, like in overtime or whatever? That would be really good. I would like that. Digger seems really nice. And he, that's the thing. Like, that's what sucks about a guy like Johnny having MS and, limits your mobility and your ability to get around. He's a very social guy. Like, he's a very hangout kind of a dude. So if he has someone that makes it easier for him to be social and hang out, I think that's wonderful. Plus, if they're really nice and they're really cool, that's a plus. Like, I met the girl from California. I knew her. I don't remember her name, which I think is for the best. But, like, I met her. I knew her. I hung out with her for a night. She went to that 3rd Street Brewhouse Cold Spring Brewing event that we did a private show for. And she seemed nice enough. I know it ended fucking crazy. But but that's the thing. Like, those California people, male or female, they can be normal, like, for a little bit. They can be normal. And then I'm sorry, guys, I'm still battling this cough for like 3 fucking weeks now. When they go off and they go crazy, it's not like a gradual leak. It's not like a drip from a faucet. It's Vesuvius. It's an explosion. And that's, I guess, kind of what happened. I never saw it, but I don't doubt that it happened. Let's go ahead and, Veldrain, what a goddamn sweetheart. Veldrain says, you appear to have lost weight. The arms appear less lunch lady-like. The thing is, I think when I wear extra large shirts, it looks baggier and I look heavier. I think when I put on my larges in my closet, I think when they fit better, I look better. Because I weigh about the same. I'm about 220. I don't, like, it's clothes voodoo. If you wear, get this, if you wear shit that fits, you look better. Pro tip of the day, here from the toe. Chips and Diff says, haven't we learned anything from having women on the show? I don't think that the problem with this program was having a quote-unquote a woman on the show. I think the issue there was we had a woman on the show who was who wanted to be. And I don't mean that as a bad thing, but when you want it really bad and you don't necessarily earn it, you don't have the talent or the skill or whatever, it can make things complicated. It has to be the right woman, just like it has to be the right dude, We've had people who co-hosted this show, and it didn't click. We've had guests, second mics and stuff, and it didn't click. But I don't think Johnny's in trouble because he's got necessarily a woman on his show. It is more difficult because guys and gals are typically into different shit, and I'm nervous of any woman who goes, oh, I'm just like one of the guys. It's like, no, we could still make you cry in 5 minutes. Let's not. You don't want a woman, if you're doing a show, you don't want a woman who's one of the guys. That's the most phony imitation crab version of a dude you could possibly get. You want a woman, who's a girl. That's her perspective. That's where she's coming from. You don't need someone, like anytime a woman tries to go like, I'm one of the guys, I'm going to do a show like I'm one of the guys, you always end up with someone with lukewarm dude takes. And like, who needs that when you've got actual dudes? The thing you want is a woman with woman takes. And if you don't want that, then just don't have the woman on the show. But I think it works for Johnny. I still don't get the weed thing with those two, and I don't get the weed thing with anybody. I understand, wanting to do intoxicants or whatever every once in a while, but you know me, I've never understood weed culture. I don't get it, bro. I don't think it's an accomplishment worth celebrating. Or, I was going to say like, oh, I like having a drink here and there, but I don't drink anymore. So it's kind of like, but I understand, SP says, you wait till the summertime. You'll feel like having a couple here and there. Because now I'm like, I remember this weekend I was going to have a beer, and I just went in the fridge, and I went, I'm going to have grape juice instead. And I had a glass of grape juice. Welch's, by the way, the good stuff. Vintage 2025. But the weed thing, I don't get the culture behind it and the bro and the, being fired up about the weed. I don't understand. Gray Duckling with $2 says, yeah, it's totally the shirt. I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm going to choose to take it as disrespect. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, but I'm going to take it as shitty, my man. Nick the Milkman becoming a member for 33 months says, like marrying someone 10 years younger than you doesn't scream midlife crisis. All right. Fair enough. That's fine. I opened the door. I'm the one who said midlife crisis. I'm the one who said it was embarrassing and gay, but he's not wrong. Citizen M2 says, I'd love to see Ashton Birdie on, preferably in a bikini. I've been on shows with Ashton before. She's a nice gal. I got no problem with Ashton. Veldrain says, I am still feeling the side effects from the previous administration. A woman is the one without the penis. Yeah, now women don't have penises anymore. That's actually that's a really important distinction to make. Women do not have penises anymore. They used to. And men used to have periods, if you'll remember that time. Wouldn't that be great if that's what that becomes? Not men having periods. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we look upon that time where we're like, there was a window there for a little bit where we went a little kooky, before Rome became Christian and they were feeding Christians to lions. And they're like, all right, look, shit got away from us a little bit. We're a lot better now. Let's do that. Let's have that period of time in the United States where it's not like, because for a lot of civilizations and societies, it's just this gradual decline. Like once the nose of the plane goes down, it just goes into a nosedive, Hulk Hogan. But wouldn't it be better if 20 years from now we look back and we go, we got really fucking high on our own farts there for a minute. There was COVID and things got really weird, and then women started growing dicks and we didn't know how to talk to them, and I don't know, we were putting he, she's in our emails at work. It was I don't know. It doesn't work. It didn't work, and we stopped doing it, and now here we are now in a utopia. I don't think we're going to get there, but that would be much better. Let's catch up with you guys in the chat. Then I'm going to move away from the chat. We've got a great show for you today. You throw in a few bucks, though. I got my other chat here. That's all the money notifications. If you throw in a few bucks, you're sure to get your shit read. 315 is the number today. Thank you very much to the audience last week. We had no YouTube. We knocked out all the goals. We hit it. Even the one we missed, we ended up making back. Thank you very much to Lil John for sending us a wonderful gift. Everything got taken care of last week, and we lost YouTube, which is amazing. That's an incredible feat. So thank you guys very much. Now that YouTube's back, I want to go back to what we had the week before, which was we didn't even go into the 5-minute round. You guys were just banging them out one after the other. So those of you who only watch on YouTube, you had a week off. If you feel like throwing in a 5 or 10, there's the links in the chat. 315 is the number, but you know how we do. Just get it under 300 in the next 45 minutes, and we're off to a good start. Let's see what the audience thinks here real quick. Chips and Diff says, next up, Aaron drinking prune juice. You old fuck. Cock Diff says, I don't understand a grown man loving wrestling. So, yeah, I think I'm going to be getting back into pro wrestling too, by the way. My kids love it. They're at that age now. So I think I'm going to be watching wrestling again. I like that LA Knight guy. He's cool. Is he good? Is LA Knight good? Because I like his music and I like the way he talks. Like you can never be a wrestling fan and not sound like an utter retard. It's impossible. I like the music. When the music plays, I like that. And then when he talks, it's fun. Ugh. Sometimes he kicks and punches the guy, and that's cool too. Like Cody, like the guys I have seen like on YouTube and stuff that I like. Cody Rhodes. I've always loved Randy Orton and CM Punk. Randy Orton's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Randy Orton, CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, this LA Knight fella. And I think that's it for right now. I don't know who else is around. I'd have to look. Yeah, I'm with Hi. Yeah, Papa Shango. Are they going to bring back Papa Shango? By the way, Hi, let's test your wrestling knowledge. Papa Shango, played by Charles Smith, who was also who? If you can tell, if you're a real wrestling fan, you can tell me who Papa Shango later became. Labglass says, Johnny is constantly in pain. Aaron, I don't get the weed. No. I get why Johnny smokes weed. I understand that part. I don't understand weed culture in general. Like, everybody likes an intoxicant. People drink coffee and, you know, they have caffeine. Fuck, I've got a powdered Celsius in here, which I need to slow the fuck down on. You drink these too fast, you're a jittery cunt. I get it. Like, I get doing it. It's the ceremony around it. Then again, see, now I feel like a dick again because, like, I have an old-fashioned smoking kit. I have a cocktail smoking kit with 6 different flavors of wood chips. Yeah, I'm an asshole. That's all there is to it. Can we just agree on that and move on to the next thing? I'm an asshole. There we go. The Godfather. Perfect. You guys. Oh, Labglass corrected me. Charles Wright, you tard. Not Charles White. Charles Wright. I was wrong. Right, wrong. It's the Annoyed Wawa Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. I thought the company wasn't happy with this shit, you know, on account of my affiliations back in the day. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, make sure to stop by your local Wawa for our new smoothie flavor, the Grape Ape. This better not be what I think it is. Do we have to? Can't a person just start a new life and live it and be our new you know, and by the way, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, these really should be paid advertisements. The Grape Ape, a flavor so good you'll be saying, someone did this to me. Now for sale at all locations. Is it really necessary? Citizen M is wrong about one thing. He says we got to collectively get Aaron updated on pop culture. He doesn't even know who Sabrina Carpenter is. I do. I know who she is. She sang with Paul Simon at the SNL 50 thing. And she's all right, but like she's too much. She's got that little kid vibe. I don't like that shit, man. A lot of guys like these girls who look like they're 15 years old, and it's bugging the shit out of me. Like, we were talking about this last week during one of the Rumble shows, and I was like, the women I find hot now are like the women I've always found hot. Like, they're older now. They're in their 40s and 30s and 40s, but they're still the hottest women alive to me. Like, I don't look at Sabrina Carpenter. I look at Scarlett Johansson. You know, I look at Eva Mendes. I look at who else is still hottest actresses alive? Jessica Alba, Mila Kunis. Like Mila Kunis, Scarlett Johansson, Jessica Alba, still the hottest out there. Kate Upton. You know, I'm just looking at this list here real quick. Selena Gomez. This is an interesting one. Someone posted a picture this weekend. It went viral. It was Selena Gomez 2015, Selena Gomez 2025. And they go, oh, what happened? And I'm like, I was looking at the 2025 one, and I'm like, I prefer that one. I don't know what you mean by what happened. Let me see real quick. Selena Gomez. What happened? I'll find this real quick. Yeah, here we go. Take a look at this. Tell me, Selena Gomez 2015, Selena Gomez 2025. I think they both look good. Like, tell me now. First of all, they got a picture on this one where her eyes are all kind of fucky or whatever. Like, anybody, you can catch someone's face in a bad spot, but like, how is this like? Okay, you're out one night and this walks in. Holy shit. You're not kicking that out of bed for eating crackers. Shut the fuck up. Here's a little girl. No thanks. Here's a woman. I'll take that one. Like, people were trying to post that online and they were like, yeah, what happened to Selena Gomez? I don't know. She filled out. She looks great. I mean, is she obnoxious whenever she talks about, like, politics or anything like that? Sure, but so are 95% of celebrities, you know? But I don't, yeah, but like the Sabrina Carpenters and shit, I don't, I saw her with Paul Simon, and I was like, that's a baby. Like, that's a kid. I wonder if that's just what happens as you get older. Like, you just start seeing people your age and you're like, that's what I want. Yeah, like, to me, this just looks like cut rate Lady Gaga. And Sabrina Carpenter's there, too. I don't know. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, she's hideous. Oh, look at this chick. She's gross and whatever. No, she's very beautiful. But, like, that doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. I'm the guy who, 15 years ago was like, God, Mariska Hargitay can still get it. Holy shit. Let's go to Suicide Jockey. Says, you married a chick who has the body of a 12-year-old boy. Who do you think you're fooling? I don't know what to tell you. All you can eat Negro, do you want to go? Like, you don't have to hang out if you don't want to. I don't want you to be bummed out, buddy. Yeah, I see nothing wrong with that Selena Gomez picture. Nothing. Slap My Ass Sally becoming a member for 33 months. Thank you very much. Look, I'd love to sit here and talk tits all day. That would be wonderful, but we got a lot of stuff to watch. The Nazis are back. Shut up, Vadam. By the way, who won the battle for Vadam's soul on Friday? I feel like Vadam, like, he started Nazi and went back to wholesome. I feel like I maybe won the battle for Vadam's soul on Friday, or maybe it's still up in the air. I'm not really sure. I want to thank you. I want to thank Paul for starting us off on PayPal today with $5. That's very nice. 310 away from today's goal. Do us a favor. Get us under 300 by 7 o'clock. And we're looking good. You know how it works. Get us those $100 checkpoints every hour. And we are right as rain. Thank you guys very, very much. All right, we got Nazis. We've got Jerry Seinfeld. We've got, apparently, I did not know this, according to Margaret Hoover, is it Margaret Hoover? Margaret Brennan at Face the Nation. The reason the Nazis became a thing was because of free speech. I did not know that. I'm glad she's here to educate us. We'll play the clip for you later. Let's get into our first clip today. I thought this was very funny. Did you? Saturday Night Live had their big 50th anniversary party over the weekend, and they put on a hell of a show. Lots of great sketches. I thought Eddie Murphy's Tracy Morgan was really awesome. I will say, Uncle, on this one, I will say you guys got me. I thought the Post Malone Nirvana thing was fucking trash. I didn't think Post Malone belonged singing Nirvana. I thought he was screechy and terrible. I did not think that was good. I think Post Malone is a great country music artist. I think he should be singing country music. There's a certain vocal range to what Kurt Cobain did that is not for Post Malone. I don't think Post Malone's strong suit is as a singer. I think Post Malone's strong suit is a songwriter and a personality. The singing part, you know me. I'm a singer-songwriter guy. Like Eric Church that's my dude. But Eric Church's strength, I would tell you all day long, is not in high notes and range and all that. The singing is not his strong suit. His strong suit is writing the songs, putting them together. Another one of my favorites of all time, Jim Croce, same thing. Jim Croce is not the world's strongest singer. One of the best songwriters of all time. Cat Stevens, same thing. But, people were sending me the Post Malone Nirvana thing. He was performing with Dave Grohl and all those guys. And they were sending it to me going, what do you have to say about your boy? And I'm like, yeah, this is shit. This really sucks. I don't, somebody texting me, warning me that people's streams get shut down when they play the SNL clips. Yes. No, we're not going to play any of it today because WWE and NBC do not fuck around when it comes to clips of their stuff. So we'll stay away from that one. But when it comes to Joe Hendry, they'll let you play that all day. So Jerry Seinfeld was at the SNL 50th anniversary thing, and some New York dickhead had to get in there and try to make Jerry make some kind of political statement. I would think that getting a picture with Jerry Seinfeld would be one of the coolest things you could possibly do. Like Jerry Seinfeld stops and takes a picture with you. I'm making sure I'm getting the best picture possible. That's going up on my wall. Me and Jerry Seinfeld. That's great. Imagine Jerry Seinfeld, who's not known for being like the friendliest guy. He's kind of he's not a prick. He's not an asshole. He just does what he wants to do. He always has been that way. Jerry Seinfeld doesn't know how to do fake nice. There's one of my favorite Jerry Seinfeld clips of all time is when, what's her name? Kesha came up to him. And she's like, oh my God, I'm a big fan. And he just thought it was some crazy lady coming up to him. And as he walks off, the interviewer goes, that was Kesha. He's like, oh, okay. And she's like, can I have a hug? And he's like, no. Hey, fuck that. Before we play this clip, we got to play the greatest Jerry clip of all time. Jerry Seinfeld and Kesha. Jerry Signenfeld. Jerry Seinfeld, Kesha. I don't put the $sign in there. I'm not gay. All right, here we go. This is my favorite Jerry Seinfeld moment.
Hard to just sleep when you're tired because people are tired most of the time.
Kesha, I love you so much.
Oh, thanks.
Can I give you a hug?
No, thanks.
Please?
No, thanks.
A little one.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Oh.
That was a nice moment.
I don't know who that was.
And why would he? Why would Jerry Seinfeld know who Kesha is? And she ran up to him. She goes, I'm Kesha. Can I give you a hug? First of all, if you don't know who that is, that kind of energy is a giant red flag. Like, that's the right move, is to deny that person a hug. Don't let them anywhere near you. So Jerry Seinfeld had another one of those moments here. Now, this is just some dickhead. And he wants to make himself a political point. He wants to pose with Jerry Seinfeld, and then he wants to make a political statement and see if he can get Jerry Seinfeld, who, by the way, important for this clip, a Jewish man. He wants this Jewish man to make a political point with him. And Jerry, of course, once again, wins the exchange.
Jerry, can I get a selfie?
By the way, this is a great example of internet people versus what Jerry is, and that's a real world person, and how easy it is to just deflect these filthy mongoloid retards.
Jerry, can I get a selfie?
Sure.
Free Palestine!
I don't care about Palestine.
I guess no PR guy would tell him to say that. They would just go, all right, well, you have a good day. Bye. Not Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld's his own PR guy. And has his own PR guy, Jerry Seinfeld goes, yeah, you know what, Palestine? I don't really give a shit.
Jerry, can I get a selfie?
Sure.
Right there. Isn't that perfect? Wouldn't that be a beautiful moment? This was America before the internet, when we used to be a proper country. I mean, they weren't selfies, but Jerry, can I get a picture with you? Yeah, sure. And you would take the picture and you would live in that moment. You would live in that moment. You would have it. You would experience it. You would think about it the rest of the day. Now, because of clout chasing and the internet, everything is just these series of fleeting happenings. And people don't digest things anymore. Everything's fast food. Everything's mass production. Everything's experiences and orgasms and now and gimme. And it's just like, it's turned us all into perpetual 12-year-olds. Like, if you ever stop to think about that, like, I'm 38 years old. My parents and your parents were so much more mature at 38 years old than we are now. And that's because we're stunted by this bullshit like this. This guy could have just had a picture with Jerry Seinfeld, but instead he goes on the internet every day and he goes on anti-Israeli, pro-Palestinian discords and YouTube channels, and he meets with like-minded losers, and they sit inside and talk about Palestine and talk about Israel. And then when they go out and meet Jerry fucking Seinfeld, the man, they don't go, oh my God, I got a picture with Jerry Seinfeld. Oh my God, I'm in this moment with Jerry Seinfeld. This is incredible. They got to get their bullshit, meme, talking point dog shit in there. Their Palestine shit. It's Jerry Seinfeld. Enjoy your moment. Enjoy what you're experiencing, you waste of breath cunt. And instead, he's got to get his shit. Who are you to try and big time Jerry Seinfeld? Oh, we should be allowed to put people for this. Honest to God, this should be punishable. This should be a capital offense. The death penalty should be in place for shit like this. Do you know how quickly we'd clean up our culture? Oh, see, there it goes again. Remember, like a couple weeks ago, I said, I'm starting to believe in freedom less and less, and I'm starting to believe in autocracy and fascism a little more as I get older. I think if this was just gone and we just had this, and this was replaced by a guy who was like fucking pumped to see Jerry Seinfeld and just lived in that moment, what a better place. And we have a higher percentage chance of that happening if we take people like this and we either relocate them or whatever. Just get them out of polite society. They don't belong there.
Free Palestine!
I don't care about Palestine.
That's sad.
That's not sad. That's the right answer. He's at a big event. He's at a huge party. You don't go to a huge party and talk about free Palestine. You go to a huge party and you have fun with your friends and you keep it very superficial. That's what you do at a party. You know what that's? People are like, oh, it's not very real. No, you know what that's called? Being a grown-up. That's what that's called. So good for, you know what I say? Good for Jerry. Good for Jerry. Jerry, people saying Jerry hates woke culture. He always has. And he's right. He's correct. So thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry, for reminding us that some people are just fucking insufferable. Someone texting in, the anniversary show this year may end up being a sober comedy show. New Boot Goofin'. Or actually, well, no, I'm not like sober, like I've quit alcohol or anything. I just don't drink anymore. I just don't have a reason to. Like, I'm not one of these guys who just, let's go grab a beer. There's got to be a reason why I'm drinking. And I don't really have a reason, And also, when the kids are around and shit, I feel kind of weird pouring a drink when the kids are. I don't like that. Fine for anyone else. I don't care if anyone else does it. I'm not judging anybody else. It's just a me thing. And then maybe this might be my issue. Like, if I drink, I want to be outside, number one. Something about drinking and four walls. It's not the vibe I want. I want to be outside, and I want to be able to have a few. And I probably want a cigar as well. I love how I'm like, oh, man, the pageantry and the culture behind weed is so gay. And now here I am going, if I'm going to smoke a nice cocktail, I would also like a cigar, and I would like to be outside, and I would like to have a patio. And I'm the same piece of shit that I'm criticizing. I'm the same piece of shit. Kloppo says he should have said they are free. They have no more houses holding them down. I feel bad for the Palestinian people. But if you're going to say free Palestine, as in give the people who currently run Palestine the run of the place, they're genocidal maniacs too. Don't get it twisted. Don't say like, well, because I think Israel does bad things, free Palestine. Is those people are shitheads too. There's like a lot of these wars, you learn as you get older in a lot of these wars that the winners write the history and that there were really no good guys. Everyone had their own bullshit agendas. But you know what? Enough of that. Enough of this cynicism. We're 3 days removed from Valentine's Day? It was Friday, so Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, we're 3 days removed from Valentine's Day. Where's the love? Where's the romance? Where's the happiness and the good vibes? Where's Cupid with his arrow shooting a hearted dart right into somebody's ass? Why their ass, by the way? Why do we, when we're shooting love at someone, is Cupid a mo? Is Cupid gay? Is that like a subliminal brainwashing thing that they did to us as kids? Because Cupid is this little naked dude, and he takes sharp objects, pointed objects, and he shoots them into your ass to teach you about love. I don't know. I don't, again, as I get older, I don't believe in Cupid anymore because I think there's something going on there. I think it's also COVID. COVID has made me suspicious of everybody. Even Cupid. Like, now I think Cupid is gay propaganda, and I'm going to blame the vaccine for that. I don't have the vaccine, but I blame COVID for the whole deal. Fuck it. I blame Stephen Colbert as to why I think Cupid is LGBTQ propaganda. We've got a membership renewal for 29 months, and it says monthly name read, please. And it's from our friend, I Taste My Own Pre-Com. Thank you very much. There we go. Yeah, people are saying Cupid is a pedo. What? You're going to criticize that guy for that take? I can't. 310 away from today's goal. Do us a favor. Streamlabs. Oh, here, I can say it again because we're back on YouTube. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, YouTube, Super Chats, gifted memberships. Throw in a few bucks. Do us a favor today. Keep us ahead of the Reaper, if you will. That would be awesome because then these shows are perfect. There's no money concerns, nothing. We just keep banging them out and doing great shows. So in the next 23 minutes, fuck that, in the next 3 minutes, let's get this $10 cleaned up. Let's get under 300 and continue on our pace for another win for the toe. Clopogram says, how was Valentine night? Did you get some? That is a loaded question. First of all, we had a lovely night. The kids gave us each cards. We had, I just read something. That's a great point. I'm going to mark that and get to it Kind of blows my Cupid theory out of the water. The kids gave us beautiful cards, really nice cards. They're getting older now, so like they can convey emotions and messages, and they can kind of get you a little bit. SP and I exchanged gifts. We got really nice gifts for the kids, and then there was I don't want to tell you guys too much, but there was alone time, but you're not really alone. You know, you got kids. So you kind of sneak away. You get what you can get when there's kids around. Everybody with kids knows that. You get what you can get. I was happy. But you don't want to be a fucking pervert. You don't want to be a weirdo. You know? You don't like... You're like, I'm going to go lock the doors and these kids can stay downstairs and we're going to... No. No, thanks. But we got, you get your intimacy in when you can, when you got kids around. But yeah, we had a really nice Valentine's Day. Citizen M2 with a great point. He says, shooting an arrow into the butt is lighthearted and silly. This is actually a good point. He says, do you want your children coming home with Valentine's Day cards showing someone with an arrow through the back of their head? That's a good point. Like, do you remember the guy in The Punisher where Frank Castle put the knife up through his mouth? Like, yeah, you don't want someone with a arrowhead sticking out of their mouth because Cupid got him in the back of the head. That's a good point. You don't want a guy with an arrow through his dick. That kind of ruins the whole purpose of falling in love in the first place. So you're kind of, yeah, I guess Citizen M makes a good point, which is a rare thing to say. Where else are you going to shoot him? I guess the ass is a padded, fleshy patch. I suppose. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says what he's trying to say is he got a dry hand job between frozen pizza and falling asleep to casino or something. No, that's not what I'm saying. Wawa, that's not at all what I'm saying. Bigot on Socialist Media gifting a membership on Rumble. Thank you very much, buddy. That's good for a $5. 305 away from today. Hey, keep it rolling. See that? Go on PayPal. Go on. Nothing on Venmo yet. We get Chris in Venmo. That would be cool. Rusty Grammer with renewing his membership for 33 months. Thank you very much, Rusty. Yeah, 33 months I think is the longest you can have. So it's been almost 3 years since we got banned from Twitch, huh? I think March or April of 2022. Those Twitch days were fun though. That was a good time over there on Twitch. Or as I like to call it, the COVID bonus check days. Oh my God. By the way, you can draw a straight line between how we behaved with those stimulus checks and how we got to the inflation we got now. You know we were in control of that, right? We could have put all that money away, taken it out of circulation, saved it, invested it, whatever, and then this inflation wouldn't be as bad. But instead, we just throwing it. Again, experiences and orgasms. That's all we were doing was just more. Because a lot of us were getting these stimulus checks and still working. So it's just like the government goes, hey, you want $2,500? And you're like, what's the catch? Do I have to stop working? No, keep working. We'll just give you $2,500. And you're like, sure. I mean, they didn't tell us that, oh, by the way, everything in your life is going to go up by $3,200. But, Yeah, all you can eat Negro says, what is $4 trillion? Yeah. A fucking shitload of money. And a lot of inflation. Somebody, too, says, speak for yourself. Ours is still in the bank. Yeah, that would have been the wise thing to do, right? Cockdiff says, everyone accepted those checks knowing what would happen. I remember when we were on the air and I was getting mad at the lockdowns. And I was like, just let everybody go back to work. Us printing all this money is just going to lead to inflation. This is money we don't have. People aren't going to work, so they're not producing for the economy. So supplies are going to be down. And now you're pumping more money into this. it's this is going to be bad for everybody, and it was. It was. And I would much rather go back and just face whatever COVID was going to be, just raw dog COVID. You know, let it spread, let it do its thing. Everybody works, the economy stays going. Because our economy was fucking crushing. I mean, we were really kicking ass. And imagine, like, remember what happened to Texas and Florida's economies when they stayed open and everyone else closed? Everybody flocked there and they just did great. Imagine if America had stayed open and the rest of the world shut down and we just kept cranking out products and supplies and everything. I mean, you would have been able to print money. I mean, not print money the way we did. I don't know. It's just, I guess now I'm bummed. Now it's troubling to think about. It's a fun what if until you realize maybe that's what we should have done. Thermodyne Diesel becoming a member for 33 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Get it under $300 in the next, not 17 minutes. Let's not cut it close today. Let's just, everybody throw in 10, 15, whatever. Let's grab a new pen because I just threw that one. And let's not do the money goal thing today. Let's just keep banging it out and keep paying your, especially if you're a YouTube person. You got a week off yesterday. That's nice. Say hi to us, as it were. So Valentine's Day was Friday. I hope everybody had a very romantic time, a very wonderful time. I found one of the most beautiful sentiments and one of the most beautiful testimonials to Valentine's Day. And you know, the people who usually give us the most artistic and beautiful responses to things are indeed artists. And specifically singers, musical artists. Musical artists are usually the people who can verbalize the deep emotional thoughts and feelings that we have. And that is why I've brought you Sexy Red. Sexy Red had some thoughts about love and Valentine's Day and wanted to share them with us, which I think is just, it's beautiful. It really is. And in this clip, she's going to tell us what the most romantic Valentine's Day moment she ever had was and the most romantic thing a man has ever done for her. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Sexy Red.
Want to be honest, the most romantic thing somebody did for me, it was my first boyfriend.
Oh.
I was just in high school. He was a little older than me, and it was Valentine's Day. I never
Hear that, guys? You hear what holiday was it, Sexy Red?
older than me, and it was Valentine's Day.
What?
And it was Valentine's Day.
It was what?
And it was Valentine's Day.
It was Valentine's Day. You remember St. Valentine? He always kept track of what time your reservation was when you had a date. That's St. Valentine's. God damn it. Can we fucking speak? It's like the smaller the sin, the more angry I get. Like, believe it or not, I don't get mad at the ask axe thing. I'm just like, well, it's retarded to talk like that. It's the tiny little things like sandwich. People who say sandwich. Again, I'm getting older. I'm getting crankier. If you say sandwich and you're over the age of 10, I have no problem if they just want to remove you. What are you? I've never met someone who says sandwich and they contribute. There's a line you can draw there. So anyway, Valentine's Day. Go ahead, fucking poet laureate, Sexy Red.
And it was Valentine's Day. I'll never forget. He robbed somebody and gave me the money and gave me the bill he stole. And it was just so sweet because he was out of breath and stuff. He's like, here, I just got this for you. I was like, oh, so sweet. Thank you. Because nobody never did nothing like that for me. He stole for me. So I'm like, oh, you did that for me, really?
How old were you?
I was like,
I wanted to say, like, at the beginning of this, she's being funny. Like, she's being ironic. Like, the most romantic thing someone ever did for me was they robbed someone for me and gave me the money they stole. And I thought she was going to go, ha, right? That would be crazy if I actually thought that way. But no, she's not fucking around at all. She's being serious. This is her being serious. But I'm going to tell you, I've seen Sexy Red talk before. She's not good enough to play this deadpan. She's not, like, that's not her style. She, honest to Christ, this is the most romantic thing someone did for her.
Like 15, I was 15. Yeah, 15. That was my first boyfriend. And that's the first time somebody ever had got me a gift or tried.
And he got me pregnant, and I had my first abortion. It wouldn't be my last. Shit, he stole the money for me to get the abortion, and he paid for it like a gentleman. He could have just ran away and left like my daddy did my mama. But shit, he robbed and then paid for my abortions.
To do something for me. And
he didn't even know that the kid wasn't even his, and he still robbed a motherfucker and paid for my abortions.
No, he didn't have it. So the fact that you still made a way and you did what you had to do, that was nice. And it was only $13, but it was nice. And it was a fake Gucci belt. But I was so, it was sweet.
Like I told you, she's not, like, I know you were watching that and like, she's fucking around, right? She's not fucking around. It's the sweetest thing anyone's ever done for her is robbed someone, stole $13 in a fake Gucci belt. And she, oh my God, did she just think that was the cat's ass? Romance, guys. It's in the eye of the beholder. Mussolini Diff with $5 says, we sure spent those stimulus checks on necessities like loot boxes in Chinese video games. I know. We didn't need it. We could have just kept the country open and we would have been fine. Could have kept the country open. It would have been okie dokie. $1 from Zen Man Build says, all I see here is a future doctor, lawyer, or engineer. God bless. Am I right? I mean, she's on her way. What else can you say? She's on her way. 305 away from today's goal. Guys, let's get it under 300 because we got to get it under 200 by what, 8 o'clock? So we got to be on our way today. Everybody chipping in dollars, everybody chipping in ones, fives. That's great. Matthew, this is a different Matthew. Thank you very much for the $19.99. Appreciate that, buddy. Let's get him on the standings. That puts him in first place. There, let's just call that an even 20. It's easier for me to math that way. Thank you very much, Matthew. Give him a drop.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
There we go. 290 away from today. Hey, guys, now we're under 300. Rally up, get under 200. Everybody throws in that 5 or that 20. Then we don't have to hear this. This might be the last time you ever have to hear this. Links are in the chat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matthew, for that $20, man. That's huge. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's get to Germany. Have you guys seen this 60 Minutes clip from last night has gone around the world a couple of times now. It's been pretty big. But J.D. Vance recently lectured Europe on how they've been doing free speech or lack thereof. Like, Europe's terrible. The UK, we've heard about their laws where if you're mean on the internet, the police come to your house. America's not doing great. Like, as the home of free speech, we're not doing great either. But at the same time, like, I don't actually like looking at Europe and then seeing how bad they are on free speech, because I feel like sometimes that causes us to be lazy on our own. Like, when we look at Europe and we're like, oh man, Europe, they suck at free speech. They're awful. We kind of ignore how bad we are and like how shitty we are at it. Cause we look at Europe and we're like, admittedly, yeah, they're way worse than us. But let's go ahead and see what Germany's doing now. And let's see their rationale for it. Now, in this clip, they're talking about a story where the German police raided a man's house, like full-on SWAT gear, raided a guy's house because he posted a meme online. Posted a meme. Police show up at his house, raid the thing. SWAT team. We're talking automatic weapons, dressed to the hilt for a raid. Now, if you're threatening the life of someone or there's an imminent terror threat that you've posted online, all right, I get the cops showing up, SWAT team doing a raid, but let's find out what this guy did. And then let's watch these German lifeless bastards actually defend this.
Is it a crime to insult somebody in public?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And
What? Hold on. One more time there. It's a crime to insult someone. Here's what happened to Germany. Germany did not learn the right lessons from World War II. The lesson from World War II was being a despot, taking away freedom, and subjugating people is wrong. You know what Germany learned from World War II? Subjugating and taking away the freedom of Jews is wrong. That was not that's too narrow a focus, because now Germany's like, well, what if we just subjugate and take away the freedom of like just plain old white Germans? Like, no, that's wrong too. That's like people who want to do reparations and they want to take jobs away from white people, give them to black people. They're like, no. What we're doing is we're making good for all the sins of the past. Forget it. You can't. Germany can't make good for the Holocaust. America can't make good for slavery. The Muslim world, whenever they decide to get rid of slavery, won't be able to make good for that, nor will they try, because I will give Muslims credit. They don't look backwards. Islam doesn't look back and go, oh boy, we really should have maybe not done that. Islam looks backwards and goes, all right, well, that happened. Anyway, what are we going to do today, brain? But like white people have this weird thing with guilt where they're going to make up for everything and we're going to fix everything. And it's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Isn't that what got us into this spot in the first place? We're always trying to fix shit. We're always trying to make things better. We're always trying to make up for the thing we fucked up. No, you fucked up. Move on. Acknowledge you fucked up. Move on. This idea that you can write a check or enact a policy no. All you're doing is the same thing you did before. You're just doing it to white people instead of black people, or black people instead of white people, or Mexicans instead of black. Stop it. Just move on. Stop with this guilt, because you're just making everyone a pussy. Like, look at this guy. Look at this thing. That's not a guy.
It's a crime to insult them online as well?
Yes.
The fine could be even higher if you insult someone in the internet.
Why?
Because in internet, it stays there. If we are talking here face to face, you insult me, I insult you, okay, finish.
No. Wait a minute. I don't agree with that. Because while online, yeah, it's in text or it's on video or whatever, sure. But if you insult someone and it's not on the internet, like, I feel like that means more. Because you looked that person right in the eye and you threw that insult at them, and now they're living with it. They're going to remember it. I don't remember insults online. They're fleeting, and it's mentally ill people, and it doesn't matter. It's the fucking internet. Who cares? But if, like, someone I know personally in real life and that I respect disrespects me or insults me, like, that means something. So, like, this, of course, this dork, by the way, with very little social life, of course he thinks the internet means more than something in real life. See, we guys need to, I've been thinking about this lately. I think a prerequisite to be a leader in any business, in politics, in the private sector, in anything, you have to have played sports as a kid. I think if you didn't, you don't really understand how the world works. You don't understand how respect works. You don't understand how human interaction works. Because one thing about sports is, take baseball, for example. I was a very good pitcher, and you would always know who the really good hitters in your league was, whether it was high school, whether it was Legion Ball, whatever. You always knew who the really good hitters were. And when they came to the plate, you're like, I fucking hate this guy. I'm going to strike him out or whatever. I'm going to go after this guy. And he'd crush one or you'd strike him out, whatever it was. But because of that tension and because of that rivalry, a respect grew. There was something, that guy stood in the box, took your best stuff, and either hit it or whatever he did with it. And then likewise, that guy's like, wow, this guy's he's going to throw at me. He's coming after me. And that intense competition breeds a respect. When you don't play sports, you run from a lot of shit and you avoid a lot of shit and you become sneaky by nature and you become kind of shitty by nature, and you don't learn leadership. You don't learn respect. You have a lot of fear inside you, and that fear comes out as false bravado. But for those of us who have been through it before, we can see it very easily. Guys like this should not have power. Guys who haven't done any, I shouldn't even say sports. People who haven't competed in anything, people who haven't been competitors should not be allowed to lead because they don't know how. Until you've competed face-to-face with someone, it can be chess. It doesn't matter. Until you've competed face-to-face with someone, you don't really know how to gain respect, how to give respect. There's too many outs, you know? And I see a guy like this and I go, you know, everyone has this idea that it's going to be some jock that's going to take over the world and subjugate everyone. Never. Not in a million years. It's going to be some motherfucker like this. It's going to be some guy who's always been able to run away from shit, who's never had to face anything, who's never faced adversity, never competed, because he knows how to operate behind the scenes, trick people, and manipulate them. This is the guy that's going to take shit over and kill everybody. You know, that's kind of like when I was growing up, I learned a very valuable lesson because, you know, the idea of R-word culture and, you know, drug and drinks and stuff like that was becoming a thing as I was growing up. And we were always kind of taught, the insinuation was that it's going to be some leather jacket wearing stud, and some big athlete guy who's going to take advantage of these women. And as you live life and you go through life, you're like, no, those are the guys who are usually going to protect women, or at the very least be able to see who the creeps are. And the creeps were always going to be guys like this. This was the guy who was going to crawl in the bed with the passed out chick. This was the guy who was going to slip something in a drink when a girl went to the bathroom. You were always looking at the wrong guy. And these are the guys who are going to throw you in jail for shit you post on the internet. Because look at this guy. To this guy, the internet means something. To the rest of us, we know adversity. We know real life. We know competition. We know all of that stuff. And we go, those are just words on a screen. Those mean literally nothing. That is some brain-damaged dork getting his feelings out and trying to be the person he wants to be. Let him do it. Is he threatening anybody's safety immediately? No. Then leave him the fuck alone. Let him say what he wants. But he wrote a mean thing about someone on the internet. We have to raid his house. No, you don't. Trust me, that guy is living in hell. That guy who did that you're going to go raid, you're going to find a lot of Cheetos dust and I don't know, Yoo-hoo bottles, Mountain Dew. You're going to find a lot of sad shit in there. And if you take a black light to the joint, you'll see it from space. So with Germany sitting there, this is the problem. This is what's going to fuck us up in the future, is Germany, places like Germany going, no, you see, an insult on the internet is worse than an insult in real life. No, it's not. It's coming from Joe Banger 26. Nobody gives a shit. But if it's coming from Mike Wilson, the guy at the job who, you know, whose opinion matters and how he views you can actually impact your life, that insult means far more than Joe Blow from Idaho.
But if you, in the internet, if I insult you or a politician,
That sticks around forever.
yeah.
The prosecutors explain German law also prohibits the spread of malicious gossip, violent threats, and fake quotes.
See, this is the and that's insane, right? I mean, the idea that fake quotes should be illegal. This is my problem. And I feel nuts. I really do feel crazy when we get to these because the world does not understand this. A lot of people don't understand this because they're so wrapped up in their own self-needs and what works out best for them. But like, people don't understand that this is Nazi Germany making a return. These assholes think, well, we're not doing it to Jews. We're not putting Jews on train cars. Right, but you're limiting speech. You're limiting freedom. You're making people live in a scared society. They're worried if they express themselves, they might be raided. There you've killed freedom. They think that killing freedom and being a despot means rounding up people and killing them. No. If you just kill the spirit of freedom inside the human heart, you've already destroyed it. If you go and you say, hey, watch what you fucking say. If you insult someone, a SWAT team might show up at your fucking house. If you do that, you've put the human spirit on a train to Auschwitz. You've killed freedom. You've killed free thought. You've killed free expression. You've killed the wellspring from which conversation grows. Yes, don't get me wrong. That same free expression can cause people to have a 9-hour debate on Discord about fucking Star Wars, where one of them threatens to kick the shit out of the other one and get him fired from his job at the end of it. Yes, free expression means we're going to have to deal with some retards. And unfortunately, there's a lot of them, and they don't go outside anymore, and that's a little fucked up. But it's better to allow everyone express themselves than start raiding some guy because he posted a quote that said, "Computers are the future" by Abraham Lincoln. Fake quotes? You're going to arrest people for fake quotes? All these laws are reasons to go get someone that you deem dangerous at some point. This is not for the greater good of society. This is, hey, we're going to make enough bullshit laws so that if some guy comes around criticizing the government or making trouble, we'll have something to go get him on. It's fucking scary, and we're doing it in America, too.
If somebody posts something that's not true, and then somebody else reposts it or likes it, are they committing a crime?
Yeah, in the case of reposting, it is a crime as well, because...
What the fuck? Nazi Germany's back, guys. This is Nazi Germany. This is despotism. And you know, it's even more dangerous because last time there was a guy with a funny mustache and we could point at him and go, that's the guy. Now it's a conglomerate. Now it's fucking Hydra. You know, you cut off its head, 2 more heads grow back. You get rid of this lady, you don't get rid of the problem. Because that guy will hire the next her. And then they'll keep doing this shit. So the fact that, you know, that's where communism is so dangerous, because they get in there 20 years before they take power and they start brainwashing people. And then you have this whole group of college students that graduate and go into the job workplace, and they get you to put pronouns in the emails, and they get you to put in speech codes and quotas and shit like that. And it's this slow burn. You know, it's easy to pick out the guy who's going, "Scraggy, Craigle, and Craig, and Greg, and get rid of that guy. That's easy. That's easy to spot, easy to figure out. But when it's this conglomerate and it's this large faceless group of people who are going, it's not okay to do this, you start to gaslight yourself and go, holy shit, maybe it's not okay to say that. And it gets you to question yourself. Once again, boys and girls, my people, the Germans, are the problem.
The reader can't distinguish whether you just invented this or just reposted it. That's the same for us.
The punishment for breaking hate speech laws can include jail time for repeat offenders.
Isn't that amazing?
We want the gold, sucker! Hulk Hogan! We coming for you, nigga!
That was George Washington. See, I just got arrested in Germany for that. Huh? No, it's very troubling what they're doing in Germany. And again, a lot of Europe is doing the same thing. Yeah, MSO says this show is a crime. In Germany? Yeah. This show is a felony in Germany. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, how can anyone see Sexy Red and not get terrified that thing could be outside your house lurking in the sewer? Except for Aaron, because she looks like a drag queen and he thinks queens are sexy? What? When? When did this happen? When? Los Federales says, sorry, I'm late, boss. Johnny's ancestry and me test showed he was 0.02% black and is convinced this is why his legs don't work. He now fathered 7 kids, ruined his credit, and has warrants in 17 states. Get it? Because black, he's saying black people do things. Thank you very much. 285 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Get in there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's get under $200 by 8 o'clock. I appreciate your generosity. Everybody working together. Hey, YouTube is back. Let's celebrate. 2 weeks ago when we had YouTube back, we didn't even get to that final 5-minute countdown. I think that would be great. Vic Q says, he's lying about you. Off to the gulag. Pretty much. Pretty much. That's how it works. MSO says, R.I.P. Vadam. I hope not, man. I hope not. Mussolini Diff with $5 says that guy somehow manages to have a lower T-score than Smithers O'Neill. You ain't kidding. You are correct, sir. All right, let's go on to the next thing. I want to do the other German thing before we play the Weird Al Sharpton clip. Bro, Weird Al was at it this weekend. I I love this. I feel like the clip we're going to play of Weird Al Sharpton is an old one. Okay, it is. All right, somebody posted it yesterday, but it's an old clip. It's still worth it because it kind of pertains to what we're saying. It's one of my favorite Al Sharpton clips of all time. That and Al Sharpton trying to spell and fucking up his words are two of my favorite clips of all time. But while we're talking about Germany, let's go to Margaret Brennan and CBS's Face the Nation. She was interviewing Politobot 3000 Marco Rubio, which, by the way, remember when this guy was running for president back in 2016? Look at how being a fucking troll person of the New World Order, look at how being part of the deep state and being part of the establishment, look how it ages you. Remember when Rubio was in there in like the mid-2010s? And he was this fresh-faced, like baby-faced son of Cuban immigrants, and he's the Republicans' next, diversity hire and everything. Now he just looks old as fuck. And look at those ears. Dude, how do you grow them like that? What kind of fertilizer are you laying down on your pillow that you're getting ears like that? I mean, I'm ready for him to put a feather in his nose and fly away. Look at the size of those things. He's got dinner plates on the side of his head. I saw him behind glass one time, and all he told me was live long and prosper. And I thought that was very sweet. But Marco Rubio is our supporting actor in this clip. Our real star is CBS's Face the Nation's Margaret Brennan. She's going to be telling us how Nazi Germany came to power. Ready for this? Look, man, I'm a big World War II guy. I'm a huge World War II guy. Oh, someone sent a text. They said, you block people from free speech all the time. This is my show. And if you're going to come in here just to be a cunt, you can come here and be a cunt. You don't have to hang out in a chat like a little bitch. You can go in, and if you're not here to have a good time with us, we'll bounce you. If you think that's free... This is the problem we're having in society in general. People are too retarded to know what free speech is. Like, I don't get to come in and say the same thing to you I say every day, and you don't just let me. What about free speech? If that's what you value as free speech, just go ahead and call it a life because you're done. You've lost it. Let's go to one more text. And yes, we'll fucking bounce you from here because we don't like your face. It's a fun vibe in here. And if you're not going to contribute to it, it's called, kids, this is why you needed to be competitive in school and why you needed to interact with people. It's called taking a hint. If you come in every day and go, I fucking hate you, and then they block you, they're sending you a hint going, maybe this party's not for you, bro. You seem a little high-strung. Again,
learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem.
You'll be happier. The Rwandan, somebody texts in, the Rwandan genocide was because shitted, I think he means Shiite. It says shitted. Shiite and Sunni Muslims are still fighting amongst themselves about a disagreement between the two main teachers of Islam about, I just lost it. About which one of them 1,500 years ago was correctly interpreting the words of a long-dead Muhammad. Same thing happening now in Somalia, but sure, Muslims don't look backwards. That's a good point. That's fair. The Shiite-Sunni schism is about looking backwards. I'm talking about they don't look backwards at the things I should have clarified. They don't look backwards at the things they've done and feel guilt and the need to fix them. They just plow forward. All right, here's Margaret Brennan explaining to us why Nazi Germany became a thing.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide.
Hear that, guys? Free speech is the reason all those Jews got killed in Germany. There's all that freedom that the Germans gave people. when they were taking away their businesses, forcing them to relocate, taking away their homes, moving them into ghettos, relocating them into camps. It was all that freedom of speech. What? Are you out of your mind? Yeah, you know how the Nazis gave all those Jews freedom of speech to go, no, we don't want to go to the camps. And the Germans like, oh, shit, well, we can't make you do it. These people are flailing. Like Trump's president, he's uncovering all this corruption. He's showing what bought and paid for shills that these people were, and they're just flailing now. I mean, if you're going to be part of the American press, how about the irony of this? Her freedom to do what she's doing for a living is the First Amendment. The First Amendment is the life's blood from which her career flows. And she's sitting here going, you know what the big culprit was in Nazi Germany? All that free speech. Bitch, the First Amendment guarantees the right of the people to speak, the media to report, people to gather and protest, redress of grievances. That's what the First Amendment is. And you think free speech... First of all, Germany didn't have free speech before the Nazis, during the Nazis, and doesn't have it after the Nazis. America, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, Sandy, but America is the only country that has the freedom of speech ingrained and written into its law. All these other countries, as you've seen, can fuck with it whenever they want. So this idea that the Jews were all eliminated because those pesky Germans were giving people too much freedom is insane.
And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups.
So now that's the new game they're playing. When they can't just out and out call you a Nazi, they just go, oh, well, you're extreme right. Well, what do you mean extreme right? What's extreme right? Define extreme right. Well, it's to the left of what we believe. Well, what you believe is like insane communism. Like what you believe is absolute insanity. So, like, if you're to the right of Margaret Brennan, does that make you far right wing? Because then in that case, most of the country is far right wing.
The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship was specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. Right. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history.
I mean, do you know how dumb you have to be to get me to like Marco Rubio? You know what the big problem in Germany was in that one-party rule where when Hitler came to power in the early 30s, he murdered all of his detractors, including Ernst Röhm, who ran the militant wing of his own fucking party. Like this idea that the Germans... That, by the way, the first I'm ever hearing, that's the first freedom of speech defense I've ever heard from a person. Like, especially an allegedly educated person. To say that free speech is what caused the Holocaust. I'm sorry, but in 1933, when Hitler took power, he not only killed all the communists, rounded up all the communists, he killed the brown shirts. He killed Ernst Röhm, who was the head of the brown shirts, and either wiped out that militant organization, part of his own party, or made them pledge allegiance to him and join the fold. So I don't know what ass she's pulling that out of, but freedom of speech in Nazi Germany? No. I'm sorry. Not in this lifetime, Holmes. Margaret Brennan, that was January. She interviewed J.D. Vance, right? So she's got like a monthly example of her just looking like an asshole. 285 away from this morning's goal. Let's go, guys. Let's rally up and let's stay ahead. Let's get this thing under $200 by the end of this hour, and we're looking good. So go ahead and throw in your 5s and your 10s. Right now, 20 is on top of the Chad Buzamak Top Donations board. By the way, naming rights to the board are now available. First person to throw in $100 today is getting naming rights, and it will be your Top Donations board. PayPal or Venmo, throw it in today. $100 gives you the naming rights to the Top Donations board. So go ahead. I'll throw the links in the chat. There we go. Boom. First person to throw $100 gets naming rights. And those naming rights will be good until June 1st. I'm going to give it until June 1st. We'll put them up for bid again, if that makes sense. So the Chad Buzamak Top Donations board, I think it's time for some new blood on that board. I think if somebody wants to buy the naming rights, they should go ahead and do it. Papa Shop says Adolf Hitler's Top Donation board. No, first of all, he's dead. Second of all, I don't think that's going to fly. Third of all, no, you lunatic. Here we go. So now we have Germany arresting people for memes, raiding people's, not just arresting people, raiding people's houses for memes. And now we also have Margaret Brennan saying it was that damn free speech that caused the Holocaust. I want to go back a few years to one of my favorite Al Sharpton moments. Al's the man, dude. You can't get much better than Weird Al Sharpton. Let's go ahead and check out this. This is back when Donald Trump was indicted after the 2020 election.
One day, our children's children will read American history. And can you imagine our reading that James Madison or Thomas Jefferson tried to overthrow the government? So
do you want to tell him? I mean, I can tell him if you want me to, but I think you should tell him. Do you want to, or should I? I can, but I feel like it would be funnier coming from you. Fucking hell, Al. Jesus.
Madison or Thomas Jefferson. You imagine our reading that James Madison or Thomas Jefferson tried to overthrow the government?
That would be fucking madness, Al. Absolute madness.
So they can stay in power. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at American history.
X. Jesus. He's still on TV to this day, by the way. They still bring him on like Morning Joe and shit. And they're like, Al, what do you think about this? As if anybody should give a shit. Mussolini Diff with $2 says freedom of speech caused genocide and not eugenics. Yeah, freedom of speech is what got us eugenics here in the United States. That's something. By the way, Mussolini Diff now at $12 for today. He's in second place on the Top Donations board. Matthew at $20, Mussolini Diff at 12, Stephen Bravo at 10, and then a bunch of people tied at 5. Thank you guys very, very much. I want to play my favorite Al Sharpton clip, which is him trying to spell. Especially when he tries to spell respect. Al Sharpton trying to read a teleprompter it's peak Al Sharpton. Let me see if I can find the... Yeah, Al Sharpton versus the teleprompter. Oh, this is back when he had his own show on MSNBC.
Resist, we must. They're all jitty about a shutdown.
So they put his lines up on the monitor for him. And they write his monologues for him, so he doesn't even have to come up with his own thoughts. And he's reading a quote from Representative Devin Nunes. They're all giddy about it, but, well, Al pronounces things his own way.
All jitty about a shutdown.
They're getting jitty with it.
About a shutdown. The tortoise in the race. Then,
actually, you know what? Tortoise actually sounds like a cooler way to say tortoise. the tortoise.
Co-author of Hubris. YouTube.
They gave this man a show. He had a show for years on MSNBC. I think it was primetime. I could be wrong. They gave him a very valuable time slot. And the motherfucker couldn't read. They're jitty. They've got hubris. God damn, man.
Lead singer Bono, Fran Drescher, Sigourney Weaver.
Again, I'll say this. He may have gotten it wrong. Sigourney Weaver is a cooler name than Sigourney Weaver. In fact, I want her to now have to change it to Sigourney Weaver.
Suspect Jahar Tsarnaev, Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh, the show Rush Lombard hosts Supreme.
Rush Lombard. Now, Rush Limbaugh is one of those names you can't really improve upon. Rush Limbaugh is kind of just a badass name. That was a good marketing gimmick by old Rush. Rush, what was it? The Rush Lombard show?
Rush Lombard hosts Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. Is Mike Muckery yesterday? Antonin Scalia, Kim Kardashian, and the Republican candidates, both Cairo and Benghazi. We rank behind Latvita.
Latvita. Can you believe we rank behind a country that doesn't fucking exist?
First stop, Kazakhstan to college students in Beijing. He's getting lunch at Chipotle.
Chipotle. You guys ever had a burrito from Chipotle? I usually call Chipotle when my car breaks down. But that's just me. See, like, you're allowed to not be able to read. You know. Especially in America, they'll just pass you through school anyway. A lot of people graduate that can't fucking read. But, I mean, to have a primetime network political analysis show where you're educating people on the news and you can't read, that's an accomplishment. That's amazing.
In Iowa, Bain is appropriate. The GOP's tax day giveaway to millionaires. Why was traffic problems email sent?
What? Hold on. I need that one more time. By the way, Michelle Bachmann in her day, like when she first went into the Congress, oh, huzza bubba. Ooh, could she get it back in the day? My two favorite Minnesota politicians looks-wise when they first came into office would probably be Michelle Bachmann, and there was a state representative. She's still there now, but she's a little older. She still looks good. Mary Franzen. Mary Franzen and Michelle Bachmann in their day. Whew, they were irie.
Problems, email sent.
Wait, one more time.
Day giveaway to millionaires. Why was traffic problems, email sent? The Environmental Projection Agency.
The Environmental Projection Agency. That's when the environment has a problem and they yell at someone as though it's their problem. That's the Environmental Projection Agency.
And what sequestration has done.
That is my absolute favorite Al Sharpton clip. And it again, essentially, it's just Al Sharpton trying to read. That's it. Let's go to Jeremy with $100. All right. That's the name of the board now. The name of the board is now officially the Rockin' 101.7 WHMH Top Tonations Board. Sorry, Chad Busemak. We've sold the naming rights to the board for $100. Thank you, Jeremy. I must be a good boy today. If Jeremy's given us $100, I must be being a good radio boy today. By the way, don't get mad at me. I did talk to our radio guy yesterday. Ideas just banging around up here. I got I'm a mad scientist at this point thinking of my ideas. Los Federales with $1 says, would the Jews be as successful today if Hitler tried to eliminate them. Wait. Oh, if Hitler never tried to eliminate them. Has the world protected them too much, and this allowed them to dominate all levels of society? I don't know if killing 6 million of anything has ever really helped anybody. Well, I mean, I guess the Russians, the Russians lost, what, 25, 30 million people and then became a world superpower? So I suppose there's that. Thank you, Jeremy, for that $100. We take 70 of it. That means 215 away from today, guys. That's how we keep the mentioning the money at bay. $15, and we're free and clear for an hour or so. Thank you very much. Let's knock out that 15, get under $200, call it on pace to be another win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Oh, yeah, Chips and Diff. If you ever get a black woman and a beagle confused, oh, we have to find that clip of Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton beagle, maybe? Please tell me that exists. Trump won because, yeah, no, that's an obscure one. Damn it. If you get a black woman and a beagle confused. Yeah, he was talking about Trump, and he was like, if you ever get a black woman and a beagle confused, I got you. Sharpton, Trump, beagle. Yeah. Well, that fucking stinks. And it was Michelle Obama, because they were talking about Michelle Obama. Sharpton, Obama, beagle. Ah, damn. It's a little too obscure a clip. You know what that means, by the way? That means I watch way too much of this shit. That's what that means. That's a me problem. The fact that I can't find that clip. It's just, it goes to show, Aaron, maybe we're doing a little too much of this shit. Maybe you're watching a little too much Al Sharpton. Maybe you've seen too many Al Sharpton clips. If you're like, oh, guys, there's this great Al Sharpton clip. Let me look it up on the internet. I know what the exact quote is. And you punch in the entire quote and you still can't find it online. That's how you know you're a little too obsessed. That's my fault. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says they do bark like a beagle, though. See, I wasn't asking for that. That's not, when I brought this up, that's not what I was asking for. You know, do we have to go down racism road? I mean, we're at 2:15, it's 7:30. We're a little ahead for the day. I was thinking everybody would start going on PayPal and Venmo, throwing in $10, $20. We'd have this thing knocked out in no time. You know, we're on the right track for today. And now we're black women and dogs. I mean, I know I opened the door, but that doesn't mean you guys always have to kick it in, you know? Because I feel like I always get blamed for this shit. They go, well, Aaron, you did say black woman and beagle. Show some goddamn restraint, Triple N. Show some goddamn resistance to my nonsense. Oh, Jeremy sent me a video of a pool. That's nice. Oh, Jeremy's on a trip, and he said there's going to be college kids everywhere, and he's going to have to use a headphone. Why are you going to have to use a headphone? Jeremy, put me on. If there's going to be a bunch of college kids in a pool, turn on my show, we'll rant and rave, they'll laugh their dicks off. You know those kids, they're probably all going to be doing drugs and listening to EDM music. Fucking assholes. We did mention this a little earlier, but if I can't play it on the show because YouTube, NBC's a bitch. That SNL 50th anniversary thing was on this weekend, and they had Post Malone come out and do and cover Smells Like Teen Spirit. And I don't know where people got off thinking this was good. It absolutely floored me that people thought this was, I'm a Post Malone guy. And no, okay, to be clear, I'm a Post Malone country guy. I didn't give a shit about any of his other stuff, his rap stuff, his pop stuff. I don't give a shit about any of it. But his country album was awesome, and he belongs there. So I'm a Post Malone guy. And I'm like, I'll give this, and I didn't like Nirvana growing up. I was more of a Pearl Jam guy. But I was like, I'll give it a shot. I'll watch it. People were like, oh, this is really good. Now, eventually it got to mixed reviews. But at first, people were sharing it like, man, it's so great to see Nirvana out there. And I want to see post-Nirvana go on tour. And I'm like, well, clearly I have to see this. And I watched it, and it fucking sucked, dude. Like I said, I'm a Post Malone guy, so I'm probably going to go easy on him. But he couldn't hit a note. It sounded like screaming. And not like, you know, I'll give Kurt Cobain credit. Like, screaming when you're singing can sound good if you keep it in key. Post Malone couldn't. It sounded like a witch doctor trying to cure an infection. It was not good. And I don't, like, it's so weird to listen to something and watch people really like it and go, am I hearing this wrong? Like, it's kind of like when you wonder, like, does red look like red to other people when they see it, or does it look like green? Like, if we both look at something and we say red, how do we know we're both seeing the same thing? Like, how do I know when that person sees red, it looks like green? Same thing with this Post Malone Nirvana thing. I watched it and people were like, this is amazing. You know, Post Malone should go on tour with Nirvana. And I'm watching it and I'm going, this sounds like somebody's slaughtering an animal. This sounds like dog shit. I don't know. Maybe you saw it. Maybe you didn't. We can't play it on the show because, like I said, they're going to pop us. But I thought it was awful. I thought it was really bad. Let's see what the if any of you saw it. McBuster says Kurt Cobain's Zombie should kick Post Malone's ass for trying. Free Speech Coach says Dave Grohl won't let Kurt rest in hell. To be clear, he was a suicide. He is in hell. You listen to music like a teenage girl, so it's likely, yes, you were listening to it wrong. Oh. Well, I mean, Nirvana is music for teenage girls. Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. It's sad bitch music. It's, I can't take it, and I'm so sad, and life isn't fair. Oh, God, eat a shotgun. No, don't. It's a euphemism. Don't do. Oh, God damn it. I hope it was your girlfriend that pulled the trigger and not you. That's the other thing. All these Kurt Cobain fans, they're so in love with Kurt Cobain, they just cannot wrap their head around the fact that a guy who sang sad bastard music about what a depressed bag of shit he was turned out to be a depressed bag of shit who ate a shotgun in his final moments. They have to go, oh, no, it was Courtney Love. She went in there and she killed him, and she's the one who actually pulled the trigger, and they covered it up. No. He was a sad bastard who sang sad bastard music, and, you know, you got to give him this. He lived his art, you know. It was Kurt Cobain. He was a shoot, brother. Eaton Clam says Post Malone will be the new frontman for Canonus. Huh? God damn, I don't know music. I'll admit it openly. But the Kurt Cobain conspiracy theories always get me. Yeah, Andrew Sun writes, here's a song about me and all my problems. Right. And then when people are like, Kurt Cobain shot himself, like, no, there's no way. There was no evidence that he would ever do something like that. It's got to be a conspiracy. It's like, what? He's the saddest guy who ever sang. He was like, remember when Robin Thicke was a thing and he had the supermodel chick, and then the supermodel chick was like, you're kind of a whiny bitch. I don't want to be with you anymore. And then like at his concerts, he was like openly pining for her and singing songs. Like if he would have taken, you know, the business end of a shotgun, I would have went, yeah, no conspiracy theory here. He was a fucking sad dude. Decided to call it a day, but he bounced back. Sam Show says, isn't that your favorite thing about Post Malone? He sings about all your retarded problems. No. Post Malone's country shit is happy music. By the way, MSO says, how long until the deck of cards comes out? MSO, you got to learn the deck of cards is not a goal thing. The deck of cards is just a vibe for me. Like, especially the more, I would say the cards is more how much Celsius I've drank versus the goal. Like, we've knocked out the goal. There's been 0 goal. And I'll pull out the deck of cards and fuck with them. This is more like a jittery caffeine thing more than anything else. But yes, I did that for MSO. He says OCD. Yeah, probably a little. Probably a little. Here's my OCD right now. After Jeremy's 100, we're crushing it. We're 215 away. But I want to be under 200 by 8 o'clock. So let's hurry up and get that 215 down to 195. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. It's all up on, it's pinned to the top of the chat, or it's in the chat right now, no matter where you are. Thank you very much to Monica. Says, next, poo on that Elliott Smith guy with $2. Who's Elliott Smith? Is that a searchable guy? Is he a celebrity? Let's take a look. I go on Twitter to search something. The first thing I see is someone sent me, did you see Kevin Brennan's Twitter account got suspended? Guys, I don't care. I really don't. Like, did you see drama podcasters got drama podcasted? Yeah, probably. Like, that's what happens. I don't know who Elliott Smith is. I'm seeing high school football clips from 2024. I'm seeing a singer named Elliott Smith, a tennis player named Elliott Smith. I'm seeing Devontae Smith celebrating a Super Bowl championship. Yeah, Monica, I don't know what Elliott Smith is. I don't know. Andrew's son now saying, what the fuck is with that flimsy card shuffle or clumsy card shuffle? It's just, what? It's just, I'm just back, forth, back. I'm just, there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just, little front back. That's all. All right, let's go into, we've got Minnesota news today. I'm so excited about this. The OGs will be so happy that we're digging in on Tim Walz and Peggy Flanagan. Apparently our governor and lieutenant governor hate each other's guts. I did not know this. We'll get to that a little later, but it's all going to come to a head. If you got introduced to Tampon Tim this last election cycle and you haven't gotten enough Tim Walz, it sounds like there's going to be more. He wants to run Tina Smith, no, she wasn't his lieutenant governor. Mark Dayton, our last Democratic governor, his lieutenant governor became a United States senator. And then now she's leaving. She's not running for re-election next time around. So now Peggy Flanagan, our current lieutenant governor, she wants to run for Senate, but the rumor is Tim Walz wants to run for it as well. And apparently this led to the media reporting that Tim Walz and Peggy Flanagan do not like each other. Now, you're going to love this. Here's Minnesota. Now, Minnesota is a fucked up state. Like, it's an insane state full of insane liberal people. And the reason Peggy Flanagan and Tim Walz don't like each other, if you want an idea, if you're an outsider and you want to have your jaw hit the floor and you want to know how messed up this state is, the reason Peggy Flanagan doesn't get along with Tim Walz is because Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, the guy who put the tampons in the men's room, he's not liberal enough, and she sees him as too much of an establishment Democrat. Peggy Flanagan is fucking insane. Peggy Flanagan, one of the things she campaigns on and advocates for is child genital mutilation. Like, to give you an idea of how left-wing she is and where she comes from on the support spectrum, she's way to the left of Tim Walz. She says crazy shit and finds enough crazy people to back her. She'll wear T-shirts that say, support trans rights for kids, which is basically let us mutilate children's genitals. She's insane. She's not... if you ask Tim Walz those questions, he'd give you a politician's non-answer. You ask Peggy Flanagan, she'll just go, yeah, sure, I'm for that. So we're going to get into that a little bit later. She's nuts. Like, if you get into, like, who would you rather have, Tim Walz or Peggy Flanagan? If you make Minnesotans choose, the ones that don't decide to eat a bullet, they will pick Tim Walz. I mean, they'll do it with heartburn and a stomach issue, and they'll probably have diarrhea for the rest of the week, but they'll pick Tim Walz. Before we get to that, God bless the Republicans in power. I think Democrats should be for this bill, too. There's a bill going through the Minnesota legislature right now called the Never Again Act. What the Never Again Act does is it repeals emergency power for the governor. Now, if you lived in Minnesota or if you just followed the COVID stuff really closely, you'll know that our governor was huge on keeping his emergency power. He kept it for literally years, and he would just keep extending lockdowns and extending lockdowns and extending lockdowns. He had a Democratic majority in the House and the Senate, and they would keep voting to re-up his powers. I think the governor's emergency powers lasted 90 days. So every 90 days, the Democrats had to vote to renew his emergency powers. And, of course, they would rubber stamp it. They always would. Well, the Republicans now want to take that ability away so it just doesn't become an issue again. And I support it. And, you know, Democrats should support this, too. What if we have a Republican governor someday? And what if he wants to, you know, what if he doesn't like the results of an election and he wants to stay in power? Huh? I think everybody should be voting for the Never Again Act. Let's do it. But obviously they're not going to. Let's go ahead and take a look at this and see what we've come up with in Minnesota to try and stop what happened in 2020 from ever happening again.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Lisa Monet Zarza, and I'm the previous owner of 2 restaurants in the state of Minnesota, Alibi Drinkery in Lakeville and Froggy Bottoms in Northfield.
Now, a quick refresher. Alibis in Lakeville was one of the first bars to defy the lockdown order. She said, we're staying open. We're not closing. You're going to have to come shut us down. And our Attorney General, Keith Ellison, shut her down and pressed charges and did the whole thing. Like Keith Ellison did the thing that people swore to God we wouldn't do. And that is he arrested business owners for wanting to make money.
On November 20th of 2020, Governor Walz enacted the Executive Order 2099, which took the occupancy rate of 50% across the state and shut down all restaurants, hair salons, and gyms 100%, at the same time opening up all retail stores 100% before Black Friday.
Again, this is 100% true. She's not making any of this up. Target, Walmart, just like the rest of the country, allowed to operate, allowed to open. Oh, but don't worry, Governor Walz would say, we're practicing 6 feet social distancing. And then after the pandemic was over, Fauci even came out and said, oh, yeah, the 6 feet social distancing thing, I kind of pulled that out of my ass. Remember, if we were standing too close, it was, hey, follow the science, follow the science. And then Mr. Science goes, yeah, that wasn't science. I was just seeing if you fuckers would do it, basically. The whole reason they wouldn't let bars open is because Governor Walz would say, well, we can't ensure that people can safely social distance. We don't know. We don't think they can stay 6 feet apart. And then we found out 6 feet was bullshit. And we did it anyway.
This was both an unconstitutional and a discriminatory action against a specific group of business owners in the state. There was no scientific evidence linking the spread of COVID in our industries. On December 16th, I made the decision with other restaurant owners to open up our restaurant. I was sued by the Attorney General. My liquor license was revoked for 5 years.
Yeah, she had to sell her restaurant. So the next time people say, oh, they did it for health, they did it so people wouldn't get hurt. This woman was hurt. She had a choice. She could shut down her business and go out of business. Because I don't know if you know this, but bars, especially bars and restaurants, have a very thin profit margin. Very few of them make money. A lot of them just, break even. You can take home your paycheck, and that's about it. Not much left after that. because you're always updating equipment. You got to keep, so much supply on hand and everything else. So this woman had a choice. She could shut down and lose her business, or she could stay open. And what did the government do because she stayed open? They took away they not only shut down her business and made her comply, but then they went to have the fucking nerve to defy us. We're going to take away your liquor license for 5 years, which effectively shuts you down. You're done at that point. Yeah, it would be great if we could pass a bill that says a governor can never do this again.
The city of Northfield refused to issue my liquor license in their city, claiming that I was not of moral character to have a liquor license. The Minnesota
Not of moral character. Why? Because the government was going to force her to shut down, and she didn't want to. So she has bad moral character now.
Department of Health first suspended and then further revoked my food service license, although I had never violated a food code. I was banned from owning a restaurant in the state of Minnesota for 5 years, and I essentially lost both restaurants because of this. I was unhireable in my profession of 30 years and was forced to find employment in Wisconsin, where I bought a bar. I've commuted 2 hours a day for 3 years. I was sued in the amount for $300,000 by the Attorney General, and I was forced to file personal bankruptcy. All of this happened because of an unconstitutional, unlawful, and discriminatory action by Governor Walz. I'm here today to ask you to never allow the rights of the citizens of this state to be seized by an unconstitutional executive order by the governor.
Thank you, Ms.
God damn, man. And by the way, even if we pass that, it's not going to get signed. Governor won't sign it. He'll hear that woman's plea. He'll hear that, what he did to her, and he'll go, nope, I was right. Even though, a lot of the stuff around COVID ended up being bullshit. Remember when we bought that big storage unit because Governor Walz said we might have to store dead bodies in there? And then what did they end up doing? No shit. So we bought this warehouse. And by we, I mean the taxpayers paid for this warehouse for Walz to have it. And in this warehouse, the plan was we were going to have to turn it into a morgue because of all the dead bodies from COVID. What we ended up doing was taking all the personal protection gear and all the masks that we didn't end up using that we needed so fucking bad, and we stored them there. It was protection equipment that we didn't use during COVID that got stored in the warehouse that the taxpayers paid tens of millions of dollars for to store dead bodies that never ended up coming. And we just ended up there is no better metaphor for the fuck up and wrong predictions of COVID than the Minnesota warehouse story. It's remarkable. But this woman's story about how the government basically bullied her out of the state, bullied her out of her finances, and bullied her out of her business, they won't hear that and go, wow, we really did go too far. We should sign that. He'll reject it and he'll say someday a leader may have to do things that are unpopular and blah, blah, blah. Well, isn't that the time that a leader feels like he has to shut down his own checks and balances? Isn't that when you become a failed leader? I don't know. I'm just a dumb guy who was way more right about this than the governor was. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 said another reason I don't want Tim Walz as VP is because at least he keeps Peggy Flanagan from being governor. Yeah, for those of you who are outside of Minnesota and think that Tim Walz is the worst we have to offer, no. Here in Minnesota, we can do a lot better. Not a lot better. We can do a lot worse, I should say, than Tim Walz. Oh, fuck. Dude, in Minneapolis, Tim Walz is a moderate. Believe you me. Tim Walz is a moderate guy here in Minnesota. 210 away from today's goal. Guys, please get us under $200 by the top of the hour. That would be great. We're only $10 away from doing it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Pitch in, and let's do it. Let's knock it out today. We've got YouTube back. Should be clawing our way out of there. Oh, and Jeremy ended up getting, it's now the WHMH Rockin' 101 Top Donations Board. Jeremy paid for it today. 210 away from today's goal. Knock it out. Call it another win for the toe. we'd appreciate it. Wildcard becoming a member for 32 months. Wildcard just got his, I did all this shipping stuff yesterday. Shipped out a wallet, shipped out our last Twister to Canada, shipped out all of our Stonies stuff because the new Stonies came in. And I did not know that today was President's Day. And we're not going to be shipping anyway. I don't know if that affects our VIPs that I ordered from Spring, but the VIPs are out now. Those will take 7 to 10 days. And then I'm pretty sure that by this weekend, all the VIPs will be able to order their free gift. It's so great that we're now in a spot to be able to do that. And it's all because you guys keep knocking out goals. So keep doing it. I appreciate it. So this is where we get to the Peggy Flanagan, Tim Walz drama. This is Peggy Flanagan. She's the lieutenant governor under Tim Walz, and she wants to run for the United States Senate. Tina Smith is not running. Minnesota's a pretty safe Democratic state, except when Trump runs for president, and she'll probably win because the Republicans will run the worst possible person because the Minnesota Republicans are stupid. She is going to make a formal announcement this week that she plans to run for Senator Tina Smith's seat in 2026. So, what? A year and 9 months or so, a year and 8 months away. Now, I don't know if you know anything about Peggy Flanagan, but boy, can we take you on a ride. Let's do a little Peggy Flanagan search. And you guys can learn about our lieutenant governor / future former senator. There she is in all her glory. Take a look at that. Yeah, she wore that to the state capitol. Protect trans kids. And there you see a rose, but also a knife. I guess meaning that if we don't want to chop off children's genitals and permanently scar them and perhaps give them serious mental problems the rest of their life, we should be stabbed. Is that what she's trying to say? Like we should be shanked into obeying? Or is that the knife they use to remove the hoo-ha and whatnot? I'm struggling to figure out what the knife means. But that's our lieutenant governor. She wants to be a senator. Here's another one. Here's Peggy Flanagan. There she is. She dresses really sensibly. She dresses like Starcade 83 Ric Flair. I mean, she might be able to turn me into a voter if she, walks down the aisle of the Senate and goes, whoa, that might do it for me. But yeah, she, there she is with a gun. See, she's a hunter. You see, protect trans kids, dress like a fucking peacock, and then, yeah, for sure, I'm sure you know which end to put to your shoulder and which end to fire. That's our lovely Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan. We got to find one of her lovely speeches. Here we go. This is Peggy Flanagan. This is our girl.
Because let's be clear. This is life-affirming and life-saving healthcare. When our children tell us who they are, it is our job as grown-ups to listen and to believe them. Because let's be...
Wrong. That is not your job as parents or adults. When a kid comes up to you and goes, I'm a princess, you don't build them a fucking castle to live in and give them subjects to rule over. When they say, I'm a dinosaur, no, it's not our job to believe them and accommodate that. You know what the wild thing about kids is? They change what they want to be every couple of weeks. And yesterday's astronaut is tomorrow's football player. Today's basketball player is, tomorrow's teacher. So when a boy comes to you and goes, I think I'm a girl. You say, okay, whatever. And you just kind of let that play itself out for a few weeks. You certainly don't grab your pink purse and go, oh my God, let's go buy you some makeup. Let's put you in girls' clothes. Let's start giving you a girl's name. You see that first thing that the kid said? Like, I feel like I'm a girl right now. Okay, they did that. I believe you. They did that. But everything after that, you did that, not the kid. That's you putting your horse shit on the kid. Like, the idea of a quote-unquote trans kid doesn't exist. The whole point of finding out who you are, that's what puberty's for, is finding out who you are. So people like Peggy Flanagan, yeah, dangerous people.
And to believe them.
Yeah.
That's what it means to be a good parent.
That's why my son went to school today as a robot. I painted, I put some silver wrapping paper over a cardboard box. I put some buttons on it, and I told him, if you're going to be a robot, we're going to treat you like one. And we're going to make you go to school like that. No, of course not. Let's go to, this one's about nonprofits. This is a little in the weeds. But she's a fucking nut bar, this Peggy Flanagan, and she's going to run for Senate. Now, it was also announced that Tim Walz wants to run for the Senate. So that means that the governor wants to run against his lieutenant governor to see who's going to become a United States senator. That caused the local media here to report on the tension and kind of the growing beef between the two of them. The DFL, that's the Democratic Party here in Minnesota, is finishing off a sour year with a heavy dose of bitterness and a side of petty. Separate reports in Axios and the Star Tribune's the Minneapolis newspaper, revealed division between Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, whose political partnership goes back to the fall of 2017 when Walz picked her as his running mate. An administration source contacted by the reformer didn't deny the tension and confirmed the broad outline of the story. For years, Flanagan has often been at Walz's side during his public announcements and appearances, kneeling down to talk to young school children. She's actually trying to steal their genitals. And donning a hard hat at construction groundbreakings because, she's a worker. Walz and Flanagan have not been appearing together since Walz and Kamala Harris lost the national election, which prevented Flanagan from becoming governor, because she would have become governor, obviously, for the next year until she had to run for re-election. Citing anonymous sources, the Star Tribune reports that the Walz team was not pleased at steps Flanagan had taken to assume the governorship, conferring with potential key hires and preparing for a possible run herself in 2026. So while this guy's out there campaigning with Kamala and running for vice president, his lieutenant governor is back there going, all right, let's interview people that I want to put in my cabinet. Like she's counting the chickens before they hatch. He comes back and he's like, what the fuck have you been doing? It's like when your parents left you home alone as a teenager and they came back and there's a keg and your buddy's passed out on the couch with dick Sharpies all over his face and something's on fire in the kitchen. Nobody knows what it was. And your parents are like, what the fuck? This isn't your house. What are you doing? Well, I wanted to have a couple friends over and shit got out of hand. What do you want? So it sounds like she was kind of thinking that Trump was going to lose. And then for her, if obviously if Trump loses, she gets to take over. And he comes back after. Imagine that. So you get your ass kicked in the election. And then you have to come back and your fucking lieutenant governor is like changing the locks and changing the drapes on you. And you have to come back. You're like, oh man, I got my ass kicked. This sucks. This is horrible. And then you come back and your lieutenant governor's changing shit. And you're like, what? This too? What the fuck? I'll say this. I think electing Trump was not only good for the country, but I think it was good for Minnesota as well. Because as bad as Tim Walz is, we're used to how bad Tim Walz is. We don't want to go down the Peggy Flanagan road. And hopefully we don't have to. But Republicans can't seem to win an election for love or money here in Minnesota. Hey, boys and girls, we are 210 away from today's goal. I hate to do this to you, but could you throw in a few bucks? Could you spare a few for the toe? Another great show, working our balls off over here, trying to bring you the best show we can. It does run on money, of course. We've got a lot of great stuff coming up, including the Elon Musk, Ashley St. Clair business. The IRS is being gutted. We got some Zelensky. We got a bunch of Trump stuff today. A whale ate a guy. We've got that one. A lot of stuff coming up on today's show. Let's get to it unfettered. Let's get to it unbothered, unburdened by goals and shit like that. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. We're 210 away. I'd like to get that. We wanted to be under 200 by 8 o'clock. We burned that one. We didn't get there. But just everybody rally up. Throw in 10, throw in 15, 20 bucks. I'd appreciate it, and we can do a smooth show. We haven't been talking much gold today. There's a reason for that. If it keeps going down, we shut the hell up about it. When we fall behind a little bit, that's when this show gets a little obnoxious. I'll be honest with you. So help us out. You get to control how much begging there is here on Steel Toe. You throw in a few bucks, and this listener-supported niche show gets to keep on living. Right now, the Rockin' 101 WHMH Top Donations board looks like this. Jeremy is on top with $100. Matthew is in second with 20. Mussolini Diff is in third with 12, and Stephen Bravo is in third at $10. Or in fourth, excuse me. Need Trump renewing his membership for a 32nd month. Says, great show so far, boss. Thank you very much, Need Trump. I appreciate that. You guys throw in your money. We're going to have ourselves a successful little day here on The Toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Nothing in Venmo yet so far today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats. Throw in. Let's get ourselves a win here on today's show. Uh-oh, I have the wrong, oopsie daisy. Now I'm good. Sorry about that, guys. I had the wrong thing up there. Okay, let's go on to Voldemort Zelensky. He was on Meet the Press this weekend. This asshole is so entitled to our money, and he's become so used to our money. And don't forget, he's been getting our money and getting our weapons. Then he's been selling our weapons to the cartels, and then has the balls to say, I don't know where all the money went. This guy's an asshole. Zelensky's a dick. Not only that, we keep giving them all this money. And even Trump has said, we'll keep giving them money until we find a peace deal to this whole thing, which disappointed me greatly, but that's the problem with a quagmire. Once you're in it so deep, what the hell do you do? We've been giving this asshole money for a war that we helped them start. We also blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, fucking up Europe's economy. But we've been giving this guy money under the guise of we're fighting for democracy. That's been our angle. Well, it's for democracy, you see. The big bad evil Ruskies with Putin, that despot. He's picking on his little neighbor. We got to defend democracy. And then you look over at the democracy we're defending, and it's this guy who was put in after we helped launch a coup, and now he has suspended all the elections until the war's over because he doesn't think anybody else should be in charge until the war's up. So we've got a guy who's taken dictatorial powers over the country, refuses to give them up, and is taking all of our money. But don't worry, it's all to fight for democracy. Well, they decided to ask old Zelensky about what it would take to have peace in Ukraine. And something tells me, I have this nagging feeling that Zelensky's maybe getting a few kickbacks from the hundreds of billions of dollars we've been giving him, because this answer does not sound like a guy who just wants peace.
Thing that President Trump said this week. He did not say yes when he was asked if he sees Ukraine as an equal member in the peace process. He did say later that Ukraine would have a seat at the table. Have you been given any assurances that Ukraine will have an equal seat at the negotiating table?
So I will never accept any decisions between the United States and Russia about Ukraine. Never. And our people, never. And our...
Right, because then the money's gone. I hate this guy, and I hate that we got involved in this whole Ukraine thing. I will give him a little credit. What he's kind of saying is that if the U.S. and Russia are going to broker a peace deal about Ukraine, I'm not cool with it. But, like, it's hard for me to take anything this guy says and not view it through the guise of, I'm pocketing a shitload of American taxpayer money right now. And our corruption in Ukraine and the biolabs that we have and the shit we were talking about joining NATO kind of helped spur this war on. So on one hand, I get it. Look, if two foreign powers get to decide my fate, that's kind of shitty. But at the same time, like, you're not an innocent, dude. You're a dictator too. You just are getting beaten up by a bigger dictator. While we funnel our hard-earned money that we don't fucking have into your country.
Adults and children and everybody. It can't be so. This is the war in Ukraine against us, and it's our human losses. And we are thankful for all the support, unity between USA, in USA, around Ukraine support, bipartisan unity, bipartisan support. We're thankful for all of this, but there is no any leader in the world who can really make a deal with Putin without us, about us.
I get that. I understand it. Like I said, I just hate him. And I think he's been a drag on this country and a drag on our pocketbook. I don't like I'm conflicted on this one because he makes a decent point. Like, he's not wrong. It is kind of shitty that America and Russia might just end up hacking off pieces of Ukraine and handing it over to the Ruskies. That does suck. But at the same time, like, what do you give a shit? Like, they could give you one of your mansions in the UK and you're going to pocket shitloads of money and you'll be off doing whatever. So I don't know. I'm in a weird spot because he's not wrong in this particular case. You know what my problem is? I have a little hateration and holleration in this dancery right now. I have a little bit of hateration and holleration. I don't have a reason to hate this take, but I really want to hate this take. And I think sometimes you got to check that impulse a little bit. $10 from Need Trump. Thank you very much. He says, "Go Trump, go Doge." Yeah, we got some things coming today on the Trump and Doge front. That's for sure. 2:05 away from today. Let's get a move on. Let's throw in those 5 or 10. You see what Need Trump just did? Everybody start doing that over on Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. We do appreciate it. We're right around where we need to be right now, but you know what I like? I like being ahead. I like that better. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, I appreciate all of your contributions. Let's do them, and let's call it another win for the toe. Well, here it comes. We might be another one of those things, another one of those conservative wet dreams is coming true. The IRS is going to, holy shit, hold on, I just fucked something up. I had this IRS story ready to go, and I just clicked on something that sent me to a bunch of weather alerts. I'm sorry, if you don't know, it's like, I think 17 below. Yep, 17 below right now in Minnesota. It's freezing. Believer in Joe Hendry with 199 says no elections in martial law under Ukrainian constitution. That's what I mean. We're fighting for democracy, yet this guy gets to suspend elections as long as the war is going on. Like Abe Lincoln had to run for re-election. FDR had to run for re-election. George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush. They all had wars. LBJ, they all had to. Well, LBJ dipped out, but he would have had to run again. Nixon had to run during a war because that's what democracy does. Democracy still let people vote even when you're at war. But this IRS thing, as we move on here, this could get interesting. You know how we were all pissed off and we were all annoyed when Joe Biden was hiring 84,000 IRS agents to make sure that you weren't winning too much money in your fantasy football league on Venmo? What a fucking dick. Well, the Trump administration is working to reverse that. The IRS is reportedly cutting thousands of probationary workers as tax season ramps up. Two sources familiar with the plans told the Associated Press that cuts could come as soon as this week. Since Trump began his second term last month, he has focused on dramatically reducing the federal workforce. Trump ordered agencies to lay off nearly all probationary employees who had not yet gained civil service protection. Easier to fire them. Additionally, the Trump administration previously announced a plan, spearheaded by Elon Musk, to offer buyouts to almost all federal employees through a deferred resignation program. Musk is serving as Trump's top advisor for reducing federal spending. The program deadline was February 6th, and administration officials said employees who accept will be able to stop working and still collect a paycheck until September 30th. So again, we're paying them to stay the fuck home because government employees are so worthless. And I don't mean them as human beings. I just mean their job that they do are so worthless that it would cost us less to pay them their full salary to stay home than it would be for them to keep coming to work. That's really something. So it looks like 16,000 IRS agents are going to be laid off. And then immediately, I love the mainstream media has to attack everything Trump does. So I saw the defense of this. They're going, this is terrible. Trump is going to let go of 16,000 IRS workers. You understand that means they can't monitor your tax or they can't monitor your tax payments like they usually do. I was watching that report this weekend, and I'm just like, you might not want to go that route. I don't know if the media thinks that we're all big fans of the IRS, but they're like, this is going to shut down the IRS's ability to observe and monitor people's earnings. It's like, okay, you don't need to sell me on it anymore. I'm already there. I'm with you. The thing you're supposed to say if you want the IRS to be big and powerful like the media does is that you say, oh, well, during tax time, they might not be able to get you your refund. You want your tax refund, don't you? Come on. If they fire all these IRS workers, how are they going to give you back, the money that they took from you? And that you should have been able to have all. That's the funniest part about it is like, hey, you're not going to get your refund. Oh, I'm sorry. You mean all that money they took that they weren't supposed to, and now I'm getting it back without interest? Cool. Fucking burn the IRS down for all I care. I don't give a shit. I want the IRS. I think Trump firing, 16,000 IRS workers? I don't think it's enough. Until the IRS is gone, I don't think they've laid off enough people. How many IRS employees are there? Come on. They have holy shit, 89,767 employees. Get the shit out of here. No way. All right. 15,000 or 16,000 down, 74,000 to go. Let's do it. Yeah, historically white with a good one. He says, wait till you find out how many people from the ages of 120 to 189 are relieving Social Security. Oh, yeah, you guys want to see that one? We were going to do that in a little bit here, but fuck that. We can do it now. They've been looking into Social Security, and would you believe it? apparently there are a shitload of dead people still collecting Social Security checks. Who would have thought? Let's. I think Libs of TikTok had the chart. Let's go ahead and find it. God, does she post a lot? Jesus Christ. There it is. Here's the chart. This Elon Musk posted this, I suppose. It got retweeted by Libs of TikTok. Check this out. These are the number of people in each age bracket with the death field set to false. These are people collecting Social Security benefits and apparently are dead? Question mark? Anyway, or just the amount of people collecting Social Security. Take a look at this. 110 to 119, 3.6 million people. It can't be right. It can't. Elon Musk is cooking the books. I don't believe him all the way on everything. This can't be right. Like, if this is real and we have this many millions of people still collecting Social Security and it running up the tab, I'm going to have a goddamn coronary. I'm going to have an aneurysm. It's going to burst in my brain and I'm going to drop dead. 120 to 129-year-olds, 3.472 million people on Social Security. How have we not rioted? Like, if a junkie dies of a fentanyl overdose while a cop's on top of him, we have to burn down multiple cities. Finding out that we're wasting tens of, if not hundreds of billions of dollars a year paying dead people with our tax dollars, that we'll just keep watching the news. 130 to 139-year-olds, which I can assume are all dead, 3.9 million. 140 to 149, 3.5 million. 150 to 159-year-olds, 1.3 million. 160 to 169-year-olds, 121,000. I mean, how can a 220-year-old, 1,039 of them, by the way, 220 to 229, how can they collect Social Security was what? Let's say 1930 something. Let's say 1933. I don't remember the exact date, but 1933 is, let's just say, roughly 100 years ago. That would put them at 110. They wouldn't even have been alive for the... Something ain't right here. Well, no shit. We have one 360 to 369-year-old collecting Social Security. We weren't even a fucking country then. Guys, fucking Amerigo Vespucci is collecting Social Security, and nobody told us. Marco Polo is collecting Social Security. Baba Shab. Thomas Jefferson is collecting Social Security. Yeah, is this proof that they're reptile people? Is it possible? By Johnny's Loon Jerky becoming a member for 33 months says the syndrome is real. Oh, yeah. Oh, the syndrome is very, very real. I can't see it, but I can sense it. Big time. They should be happy. We're fucking stagnant today. We were off to happens every day. We get off to a good start. Something nice happens around 7:30. We're looking good, and all we have to do is just kind of keep that vibe up, and the vibe dies, and I turn into a beggy piece of shit right around 8:30. Well, here we are, beggy piece of shit guy, $205 away from today's goal. So if you would please, I would appreciate it if you would throw something in via Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, gifted memberships. Anything would help. Just got to knock out that 205. Call it another win for the toe. And it's always easiest when everybody does a little bit. That's the easiest way to do it. wait, how are babies and children getting Social Security? Well, some of it could be a fuck up, but sometimes if you're disabled or whatever, you can collect Social Security. What is it? SSDI benefits, I think it's called. Mr. Approachable says, Aaron, don't be a dick. Those people who came across on the Mayflower worked really hard to get here and deserve their Social Security now. That's, you know what? That's very true. We got to make sure everyone on the Nina, the Pinto, the Pinto's a bean. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, we got to make sure they all, get the money they're entitled to. God forbid the fucking Puritans. Maybe that's how we're going to find the lost colony of Roanoke. We'll just track their Social Security payments. That'll work. Richard H1. Yes, a begging monster of you. I love that I created the begging monster. Other people tried to take it and they couldn't do it. I love that. I do appreciate that. I'm not a begging monster yet, though. It's 8:23. We're at 2:05. A good rally puts us right to where we need to be. So let's rally it up. Let's do that. And then you don't have to listen to me do this and interrupt the flow of the show. Again, whether or not I'm begging is 1,000% up to the audience. How many slave owners still get government assistance? Only the good ones. Only the good ones. Let's see if Doge has hit the $100 billion savings mark yet. Let's take a look-see at the national debt clock. Come on. $105 billion in Doge spending removal. Then why is the U.S. federal budget deficit still at $2.005 trillion? If it's 105, shouldn't it be under $2 trillion now if they've saved? I don't understand how any of that works. I really don't. Yeah, here's how much we spend on Social Security every year. There it is. $1.488 trillion on Social Security. And look at how many people over 120 years old are collecting Social Security payments. The interest on the debt every year is $1.045 trillion. Our defense budget is $880 billion. We spend more servicing our national debt than we do bombing shit and selling weapons. And we bomb a lot of people and go to war with a lot of shit. So that gives you an idea of how much debt we have. Chad Buzamok says, what is this I hear about you selling off my name on the board? Hey, A, got to make money, and B, Chad Buzamok, you're kind of I don't know, I get reports from people that you're kind of you do a lot of shitting on steel toe in your free time. I was, you know what? I was very heartbroken to hear that. All right, fine, it didn't bother me. But I think that board should be named after someone who's maybe a little more loyal to the toe, who maybe has a little more support of the toe. You know, maybe someone who's ride or die for the old steel toe. So Jeremy threw in $100. I made his deal good until June. So, you can go ahead and maybe outbid him then and take the Top Toe Nations board back. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, I shit on steel toe all the time. Cry harder. Well, I don't have you on the board. I didn't say you can't. That's weird. That people get sensitive about that too. You're like, hey, kind of being a cunt. So I did this. Well, I do that too. Right. Never said you couldn't. Not going to have you on the board. See, now, Puerto Rican prostate puncher, when I say that, that's where you go, oh, well, I'm an adult. That makes sense. Don't whine. No whining. We're not going to have people whine. I don't want to get tears in the breast milk here on the toe. Everybody throw in, let's do this. Dive Bar says 4 months for $100. That's insane. Should I do less? Should I give him less time? Should I give Chad Buzamok a chance to outbid Jeremy for control of the board and refund Jeremy if Chad Buzamak outbids him. That's possible. King Kong Dong says, what Aaron is saying is, you suck, try again harder next time. Dead Game says it should only be 1 month that you get it for. Okay, well, we'll see. Maybe next time, maybe I didn't realize how hot a commodity the Top Tonations board was. But it is kind of weird. Like, a guy's going to shit talk you, never gives you any money, and then he's like, what the fuck, dude? Why don't you do me a favor? It's like, I didn't realize that this was that difficult to understand. I apologize. All right, let's continue on with the show. This is the guy getting eaten by the whale in Chile. A guy was out kayaking. This is the kind of shit where there's no probability on this. There's no like 1 in a million, 1 in a billion. If you're kayaking out, I don't know if you've ever seen the ocean or not, but it's big. Like, the ocean is very, like, the size of, say, a kayaker in the ocean is less than a needle in a haystack. It's a crumb in a haystack. Even a whale in the ocean is a needle in a haystack. It's a very insignificant amount of space that the whale occupies. So if you're kayaking in the ocean and a whale comes bearing up your ass, I think it was just kind of your day to die. That's kind of like there was a Japanese fishing boat one time that was obliterated by a United States Triton-class nuclear submarine. The submarine was surfacing, and as it was surfacing, there was a little Japanese fishing boat that was out on the ocean, and the submarine just fucked it up, killed everybody on board, and the submarine probably didn't even know it did it. And I think the president, I think it was Clinton at the time, the president goes, we have to take steps to ensure that this never happens again. It's like, it's not going to. Like, the probability that this happens once is almost nothing. The probability it happens twice, there's nothing you can do to stop it. Not a damn thing. Same thing with whales surfacing where a kayak is. Let's take a look at this kayaker. And this is the Depends Adult Diapers Shit Your Pants moment of the day. Oh, God. I don't want to because I know what's going to happen. I haven't watched it yet. I don't want to see. It's going to scare the fuck out of me. I hate shit that just pops up. I hate jump scares. All right. Yeah. There you go. He's gone. Just 1 minute you're kayaking, the next minute, down you go. There's a happy ending to this story, though.
Hey! Ya, vente, vente! Tranquilo, agarra el bote,
Hey!
agárralo, tranquilo,
What the fuck?
agárralo.
Where'd he go?
Agárralo, no te subas.
Where's my buddy? Wait a minute, where did... Oh, they didn't get... You guys didn't see the whale ended up spitting him out. So the whale... How about we keep the video running for a little bit longer and we show that the guy's okay? Here he comes. Yup! And down he goes. Right down the gullet.
Ya, vente, vente. Tranquilo, agarra el bote, agárralo, tranquilo, agárralo.
Now that, if you're still in his mouth when that happens, when the descent goes down, you're fucked.
Agárralo, no te subas, agárralo.
But apparently he had spit him out by then. Yeah, apparently they don't like the taste of kayak. Adrian Simancas was kayaking with his father in the pristine waters of Chilean Patagonia when the massive whale suddenly surfaced, momentarily engulfing him in his yellow kayak before letting him go. His father, witnessing the shocking event, recalled the terrifying experience, telling the press, "I thought I was dead. I thought it had eaten me, that it had swallowed me." Thankfully, Adrian emerged completely unharmed, a rare survivor of an encounter few could ever imagine. That's got to change you too. Oh, Jeremy letting me know we have a verbal contract. All right, so there's no outbidding. Jeremy has a verbal contract. It's out. It's done. Jeremy got the naming rights. I'm sorry. It's just like I like it better when we're having fun on the show. And like any attachment or any like attachment to drama or whatever is just kind of gay at this point. I've just been having a lot of fun the last few months, almost year, doing the show this way. So like, it's just kind of my message that if like drama's your thing, you can either grow up and start watching a real entertainment show or go have your drama somewhere. That's just kind of it's the message I'm subtly sending you to kind of get the hint. The fact that I have to spell it out for you is a little sad. All right, let's go ahead and open up our Trump stuff for today. Here we go. The moment. Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. We have the Ashley St. Clair stuff first. We got to do the Ashley St. Clair deal. Everybody throw us money. Everybody throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Save our ass today. We got off to a good start, and now we are we've stagnated a little bit. But you know what? One rally puts us right back to where we need to be. 205 is our number today. Go ahead and throw in. Let's call it another win for the toe. So I don't know how much of this you paid attention to today, but this weekend, but I did see some of this. Ashley St. Clair, the conservative, sorry, I'm laughing, but the conservative commentator, she's a conservative commentator the same way that, like, I don't know. You know how Fox News just hires really hot chicks and then goes, here, just say some fucking vaguely Republican shit. Just say free speech rules and then shake your tits and then we're good. Like, Ashley St. Clair would do, like, boomer tier level conservative takes, like your basic bitch stuff. And then everybody would simp for her and love her. And, like, you know, she was like a more political Cat Timpf, basically. Well, she came out this weekend and she revealed that Elon Musk had put a baby inside her. And she's been raising that baby for the last little while here. Which is interesting because Ashley St. Clair has always been someone who's talked about, you know, single motherhood is bad, nuclear family, you know, the conservative grift that you have to have. Now, on one hand, I don't necessarily believe that you have to practice what you preach. I don't. I have, like, Penn Jillette once said this, and Penn Jillette changed my mind on this whole thing. Hypocrisy doesn't bother me. The reason hypocrisy doesn't bother me is because none of us live up to our principles. None of us live up to what we believe. We always fall short. And I think that's a good thing because it means you're going to keep striving. You're going to keep working towards it. So a lot of conservative dudes, and I'll be honest, it's a lot of conservative dudes that seem to have kind of a hostile take towards women generally. And they kind of used Ashley St. Clair to kind of get that out. And look, I understand it. I've had my misogynistic moments, certainly. But, like, I thought that, like, as safe and basic as a lot of Ashley St. Clair's takes are, a lot of the guys who came after her kind of had lame, basic bitch takes, too. Like, first of all, a man who someday could become a trillionaire wants to put a baby inside you, and he'll probably pay for it. I can't hate you for doing that. I really can't. Like, we're human. I know. It's funny to watch a bunch of 350-pound guys with crumbs on their face on Twitter go, no, you're disgusting. I'm morally judging you. It's like, shut the fuck up. No billionaire's trying to give you babies. No billionaire woman is coming, you know, Alice Walton isn't coming up to you and going, knock me up and you'll be set for life. You don't have that opportunity. And I think that's part of what maybe bothers you about this Ashley St. Clair thing. Because when I saw the news, my first take originally was, I can't really bring myself to give a shit about this. Elon Musk does this to shitloads of people. Did it to Amber Heard. Didn't he give her a baby? Elon Musk, if you think of it this way, you'll be fine. Elon Musk is Ego in Guardians of the Galaxy Part 2. He's Kurt Russell's character in Guardians of the Galaxy. He's going around planet to planet planting seeds. That's all he's doing. He's just planting seeds, hoping one of them grows up to be some kind of a wunderkind. What do you call it? A prodigy. One of them will work out. That's what he's doing. He's just dropping. He finds hot chicks, drops loads in them, and says, here's a few million, raise my kid. Okay. The reason I can't really get too worked up morally, I see a lot of guys, getting worked up morally. Fucking Ashley St. Clair, that stupid bitch. She said single motherhood is shitty. There is a big difference between a single mother in the fucking ghetto living on food stamps and taking a load from Elon Musk and raising his baby. There is a I hate it when people have to score points on the internet so much that they have to play retarded. They have to pretend to be a dumb guy so that they can dunk on somebody. It's like, don't sacrifice your own personal intelligence just so you can dunk on some lady you'll never meet. And if you met her, you probably think she was a nice person. Like, Ashley St. Clair, look what she said about single moms. Yeah, and if Ashley St. Clair was living in the crack stacks in Minneapolis, popping out 6 kids and on welfare, I'd say you're absolutely right. But Ashley St. Clair took a load from borderline an alien with hundreds of billions of dollars to his name, and that child will want for nothing. Promise you. So please stop with the fake outrage. It is so hard to watch the right become the left. That's one of the most bothersome things to me, is watching conservatives become pissy pants, whiny liberals because they want to dunk on someone they don't like. Come on. A little consistency. Be a man. Stop with this. Ashley St. Clair, she said single moms are bad. Now she's a single mom. I got her. You didn't get shit. She locked in the richest man in the world to pay for a baby. I think she's doing fine. Now, is she grifting off of this? She did a New York Post piece about it. She came out publicly about it. Yeah. Yeah, she's attention whoring over the thing. So what? What's without her being a woman, please tell me what your problem is with this. If some guy, if a Cato Kalin type back in the 90s would have knocked up a multi-billionaire woman, I guarantee these same guys shitting on Ashley St. Clair would be like, oh, man, lucky dude. Oh, he's set for life. He's got so much money. Dave Chappelle did a sketch about it, about knocking up Oprah and how great that would be. So I'm sorry. A lot of this Ashley St. Clair shit is bitch boy, fake conservative, internet outrage at a hot chick. Because if you're a guy, like a dude, you don't fucking care. Honestly. And it is not the same as single motherhood in the inner city. Stop it. So now people are like, well, she's a hypocrite. Well, no shit. All of these people on TV, stop waiting for evidence that these people that are yelling at you what to believe on TV are phonies. They all are. Ashley St. Clair just went on the New York Post and told you she was. Bill O'Reilly was talking about moral compunction while he was leaving not sexy, but sex-based voice messages on women's phones about using a loofah on their pussy. Meanwhile, he's talking about the nuclear family and being a moral person and yelling at people for swearing in their rap records. So please spare me. When it's a dude and he turns out to be a piece of shit, we're like, oh, man, what do you do? But if it's a pretty girl that you'll never fuck, you're mad at her. And you don't think a little bit of that is on you? I was watching some takes on this Ashley St. Clair thing, and some of these people I was just fucking embarrassed for. And going do we need to check you for a pair of balls, dude? The conservative influencer who claims to have given birth to Elon Musk's 13th child, again, ego, revealed to the Post how she was driven to lead a life of secrecy after a whirlwind romance with the billionaire ex-owner. Yeah, that's what he does. He dates people in secret. He fucks them. He puts a baby in them. And then he throws you some cash and then out the door. Now, In an exclusive sit-down from her glitzy Manhattan pad Saturday, Ashley St. Clair, 26, described the 53-year-old Tesla and SpaceX mogul as funny and down-to-earth, but claimed he wanted to keep their baby a secret for everyone's safety. Understood. St. Clair asked to keep her son's name a secret, but revealed he is happy and healthy. My child is the most perfect thing to me. I wouldn't change anything, gushed St. Clair. St. Clair broke the internet on Friday when she posted on X that she gave birth to Musk's baby 5 months ago. A revelation she said was forced to make due to prying tabloid reporters. Ashley and Elon have been privately working towards the creation of an agreement about raising their child for some time. It is disappointing that a tabloid reporter who repeatedly ambushed Ashley and her family made it impossible to complete that process confidentially, according to her representative, Brian Glicklich. We are waiting for Elon to publicly acknowledge his parental role with Ashley to end unwarranted speculation, and Ashley trusts that Elon intends to finish their agreement quickly in the best interests of the well-being and security of the child they share. Well, there you go. Figure it out. It's a dollar amount, right? I mean, is it really, Elon Musk going to soccer games? Is it, how deep does this thing have to go, really? I mean, he's got a reputation. You know what he does. This is the 13th time he's done this. But, for people to go out and be like, hey, she's a fucking gold digger. She's a bitch. She's this, she's that. It's like, what? Is this really the hill to die on? Ashley St. Clair was publicly attacking Musk on X for blowing her off after she revealed that she had his child. Now, I can see why Elon's annoyed, because Elon Musk wanted to keep this whole thing a secret. So I can understand why Elon Musk is pissed off. Or if he is pissed off, I can understand why. But the rest of us online, fuck off. Honestly, that's what these people need to start doing a little more often. Is just going, suck my dick. Like, who the fuck are you? Because really, being mad at this chick because she's trying to squeeze a few bucks out of a guy worth hundreds of billions of dollars because she squeezed out his kid, that's the move to make. That's what you should be doing, honestly. This was her on Twitter on Friday. She responded to Elon Musk. Elon, we have been trying to communicate for the past several days and you have not responded. When are you going to reply to us instead of publicly responding to smears from an individual who just posted photos of me in underwear at 15 years old? I mean, I'd like an answer. It's interesting that Elon is responding to this clearly in-jest screenshot that was discussed with his team months ago in a documented call. Now he decides to respond to it publicly from an account that posted underage photos of me, as if he wasn't asking me to have more children last week. Oh, shit. That pussy was good. He wants to put another baby in there. He thinks Ashley St. Clair's got them ego genes. Thinks she can make him a Star-Lord. I would like to take this offline for our child's sake and have been attempting to do so for weeks. Here's where she deserves some criticism. You brought this publicly. You don't get to bring it back now. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle. You had Elon Musk's kid. If you want to go public with that information to force him to make a deal, I have no problem with that. Go ahead. Elon Musk doesn't like it. Quit dumping your loads in chicks and having babies and skedaddling. But don't come out publicly and go, Elon Musk is having my baby, and then go, hey, we're asking for privacy. One or the other. You can have privacy, and the sting of that is nobody will know it's Elon's. Or you can go public, tell everybody it's Elon's kid, but now you can't expect privacy. Like, while I do think a lot of people's take on this is super cringe and gay, she did put it out there to be commented on. I just don't think it's this deal where she's this evil, awful person. I mean, just admit, yeah, he's uber wealthy and my kid will be taken care of financially. Of course I had a kid with him. Cool. All right. I can accept that answer. That's great. That's all I need. Done. Do I need to spurg out and go, gold taking bitches? No, that's like your mommy issues coming out. That's more than just Ashley St. Clair. I guess maybe some people feel hurt. Maybe they were Ashley St. Clair fans, and now they feel like they were put on or something like that. It's like maybe that's where I don't give a shit as much, is because I never bought into Ashley St. Clair. I never thought, to me, she was just another dime a dozen pretty young girl with conservative takes. Oh, well, most of them end up being less than that. So most of them like marched in LGBTQ rallies when they were in college. So like, I don't put a lot of, like, the fact that you put any stock into a 26-year-old's conservative takes is probably what led you down this road. But yeah, I have absolutely no issue with, I have no issue with her being somebody said broodmare for Elon Musk. Kalapo Graham says she did say a tabloid was going public. Yeah, that's something to consider too. Like if a tabloid was already going to go public with it and throw it out there, then you kind of got to, that's what they say about blackmail. Sometimes you got to put the gun to your own head and just go, okay, I guess this is what I have to do now. So yeah, I don't, Elon can have his babies, Elon can build his ego farm. And Ashley, look, you can pick someone worse than Ashley St. Clair. Here you go, boys. You tell me. Could have picked some worse genes to be a mom. Holy shit. Yeah, she's pretty. What's the point of being worth hundreds of billions of dollars if you can't have sex with her? Let's be honest. Why did he make that much money? He was motivated by power and sex. Now look at the people he gets to have babies with. And that's a kink for him. He wants to be fruitful and multiply. He's got that thing about him. He wants to have a shitload of kids. Money allows you to do that. Thank you to Thermodyne Diesel for $20. Appreciate it, buddy.
Gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
$1 from April's Parents Hobby Farm says, what's up with all these trolls leaving bad reviews on an innocent man's business? They can't get to me, so they go to other people. Same thing they did with April. It's not hard to figure out by now. One guy knows to leave his show and then go do his life. And so they get bitter and they go, I'll attack anybody. That's what they do. It's not that hard to figure out. 190 away from today's goal. Guys, we got an hour and 10 minutes. Steel Toe OGs, where you at? Let's knock this thing out. Oh, boy, Jeremy says, we have a verbal contract. I sent that to fuck with Chad Buzamok. Your show, do what you want, homo. Obviously, less than you strategy, couple years. Less than you strategy. Is that my strategy? Less than you? Oh, thank you, bud. Well, Chad Buzamok, I guess Jeremy's flexing on you. Oh, Pants Maestro's got that delusion going, poor fella. All right, let's open up these. We got the Elon stories. You know what? I want to go to the Trump stuff. No, I want this Elon one real quick because Michael Steele loses his fucking mind on MSNBC in this. Oh, and it's got Simone Sanders too. She's so lovely. She's like Joy Reid, just a absolute joy to listen to. 190 away from today's goal. Throw in some cash. Let's call this thing another win for the toe. Let's rally up, boys and girls. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. I appreciate it. Oh, while we're on that, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, our friends at All Care, with a great selection of trucks and wreckers to handle small vehicles, heavy-duty equipment, and everything in between, motorcycles, you name it. It is 17 below right now. 17 below. It's fucking nasty. And it's windy. It's just dog shit in Minnesota. And that means that if you go in the ditch or your car stalls out or it won't start, you need somebody who's there quick. And there's nobody quicker than All Care Towing. So call Tim and the team today at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory with a great selection of what you need for sport, hunting, or personal protection. Go take a look at midlandarmory.com. They also have knives, optics, parts and gear, and so much more. Derek and Tracy are so knowledgeable. There's nobody better. If you've got a gun show in central Minnesota, they're going to be there. Otherwise, visit them in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or at midlandarmory.com. That's Midland Armory. And then Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's Bar, of course, Stoney's with Thursday $2 cans, live bands on the weekends, and the best ultimate Bloody Mary there is. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville on Broadway. That is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Pants Maestro is delusional. He goes, "Why are you doing reads for people that don't pay you?" Is that the new fan fiction? Ooh, it's getting desperation is a stinky cologne. Pants Maestro, you're letting the mask slip, buddy. Do the pretend fan thing again. Don't go negative. Stop. Don't go negative. We have a bunch of shit to do yet today. Let's get that goal knocked out, though. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants. I can say super chats again. I'm really getting used to saying super chats because we lost that for a week. Let's go to this Michael Steele explosion on MSNBC. Oh, my God. One of these days, we're going to go to one of these clips, and one of these strategists is going to have the answer. Like, we're going to play the clip, and they're going to go, here's what we need to do, X, Y, and Z. Here's how you combat Trump. And we're going to go, holy shit. I think they've got it. Spoiler alert, this is not that clip.
What would you have us do?
I just want to, this is the perfect freeze frame. The state of the Democratic Party right now. It's just that the stressed out parent look. This is just a guy who's like, I don't fucking know. Maybe if we lash out at the guy enough, he'll stop. And by the way, Michael Steele, there's so many people like this. There's Joe Scarborough. There's Michael Steele. There's, the former McCain person, Nicole Wallace. There's so many people that MSNBC hires as their Republicans. Like Michael Steele was the Republican Party chairperson. And it was right after we elected Obama. So the Republicans were like, we'll get a black guy. And then he finishes as the Republican chairman. He sucked at it. And he goes to MSNBC. He's going to be their resident Republican that their Democrats can argue with. And for some reason, when these Republicans go to MSNBC, within 5 years, they're all Democrats. They just kind of, they fall into the Borg, as it were. Let's see what advice Michael Steele has for the Democrats.
I would actually, you know what? I'd just like you to show that you give a damn, that you got a little emotion about the fact that people are losing their jobs indiscriminately, that this individual sitting down.
Okay, whoa, time out. This whole people are losing their jobs indiscriminately thing, first of all, they're federal employees. They're on the taxpayer dime. They're costing us money that we don't have. So let's not act like Trump is going down to the docks and firing all the longshoremen. Let's not pretend he's going into factories and just, kicking people out. Like, he's taken farmers' land from him like he's a black guy in South Africa. These are federal government jobs. These are leeches. These are parasites. And these are people who are probably crooked, too, and tried to take him out. So, sorry, spare me the poor laborers, the poor blue-collar workers at the IRS that he's laying off, or the poor blue-collar workers that tried to throw him in prison in the Justice Department. How dare he?
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue has given absolute power to one man who brings his son into the Oval Office, whose son says to him, "You're not the president. You shouldn't be in that chair." Now, where did he get that from? He got it from his daddy.
Or maybe he's a little kid and he's just, oh my God. These people have lost their mind. It is like I see so much resemblance between Trump derangement syndrome and steel-toe derangement syndrome. I see a guy, he wants to yell about Elon Musk's kid now. Why is he yelling about Elon Musk's kid? Because he can't get to Donald Trump. So now you're going to yell about Elon Musk. Oh, Elon Musk's kid is in on this coup that Elon Musk is pulling against Trump. No, you want that to be true because you're getting your ass kicked and Trump is laughing at you. I can relate to that.
That's what his daddy thinks of the man who brought him into the Oval Office. So I just like to see somebody wake the hell up and get excited about the fact that your country is under assault.
Your country is there's no better way for me to suspect you of doing some crooked shit with government money than to defend U.S. aid and defend the IRS and defend the deep state and defend the FBI and the CIA. There's no better way for me to think that you're hiding something there's no better way for me to think you're part of the corruption than to defend the corruption.
They're not at the gate anymore. They're in your bedrooms. They're in your living rooms.
We voted for them to go in there. That's what the majority of the country wanted. It's not an accident that this guy has his highest approval rating ever. The reason he has his highest approval rating ever is because he wants him to go in there and clear out the rot. And he's doing it. I didn't think he'd do it this quick, to be honest.
In your businesses. They got your data, dumbass. They got all your stuff. Elon Musk has his tentacles in everything you're doing, not just...
The whole reason he's in there is because these people in the IRS and the CIA and the FBI had all their tentacles in everything we were doing. They were hiring people so they could track people who got payouts for their fantasy football leagues so they could tax their fantasy football winnings. And you want me to be worried about Trump and Musk? The government was getting a more and more powerful telescope to look at all the shit we were doing, and you think they're the problem? Sorry, Michael.
Off of X, but now he's in the Treasury Department. He's in the Labor Department. He's in the Department of Homeland Security. And nobody seems to give a damn. So that's all I want, somebody to show that they care enough to get off their fat ass and say something about it.
Boy. Jesus Christ. I mean, this doesn't really sound like an idea. It just kind of sounds like a tantrum. That's about it. Alan Powell with $2 says, did you enjoy the Mersh car repo saga? No, when it first happened, it was interesting. But then everybody just over and over and over. And it's there was a point where I was like, damn, I feel bad for having your car repoed really sucks. I've never had it done. I imagine it's awful. I don't think I've ever had my car towed, but I can imagine it really is fucking shitty. And you're panicking to try and get the damn thing back. So I thought it was a weird, funny thing that happened on the air. But then every day people are like, oh, the repo. It's it's okay. We got it. His car's repossessed. That's kind of a classic internet thing, though. Just kind of beat it to death. I'm guilty of it, too, sometimes, so I understand. Cool Cut Casting with $1.99 says Doge uncovered $50 million U.S. aid. Gave to Nick's Yogurt. Oh, they.
Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
I'm going to get better at getting rid of those because I shit my pants every time that happens. Thank you guys very much. 185 away from today. Let's go. Let's get it done. Chad Buzamok says, you had it towed to get a flat repaired. No, I didn't. They came over and brought me a key. I needed a wheel key, and All Care came over and brought me a wheel key. I didn't have it towed. Oh, no. Are you guys... Guys... Like, even Chad Buzamok is like, you have to not shit on people so much and whatever. Like, all of this comes to me. Like, and I just do a little, like, oh, come on, like a little 30-second thing and move on. And then, hey, why would you do that? Like, come on, guys. Grow some balls. If you make shit up and I call you out for making shit up, it's not like, oh, you want it? You want in? We'll get you. Like, fucking chill. Oh, Jaeger Curb and Concrete with $50 over on PayPal. Let's give him his salute.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Yags, good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much. That puts us 135 away from today. Oh, boy, we're getting close. We are getting close. 135 away from today's goal. Get it? Do it. Knock out the rest of it. Now we're inside of shooting distance. Go get it done, boys and girls. 135 is the number. Throw in a little on PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you very, very much. Jesus Christ. You know what? I've done a week and a half of these now. I'm ready to report that the Celsius powder hits harder than just like the regular Celsius in the can. This shit is bumping. Is Celsius bad for you? No, I'm not going to Google. Is Celsius powder bad for you? That's the first thing that comes up. Of course it is. It's fucking terrible for you. Is Celsius powder more effective? Let's take a look. It's, turns out it's just cocaine. I had no idea. Celsius powder can improve body composition and exercise performance when consumed before a workout. However, these studies were small and short-term and were I'm not kidding, and were mostly funded by Celsius or related parties. Hey, Celsius rules, and it's the fucking balls when you take it before a workout. Oh, really? What's that study? The Department of Celsius.
And I just want to say
God
thank you.
damn it. I love how that happens a minute after I said I'm going to get better at that. I'm not going to. It's not going to happen. Oh, boy. Snorting Celsius powder is as corny as Nick doing whippets. I'm not snorting the Celsius powder. I'm drinking the shit. And it's effect. But don't worry, it's great for your workouts. It's a really good workout thing. Ace with $4.99. Oh, yeah, people think I made Scott make a video. No, Scott came up. I was fucking in the ring. I was working out, and Scott's like, yeah, I want to come say something. I'm like, it works for me. But I understand. If you don't like me, you need that. Look, guys, I've never begrudged you your fan fiction. I just call you out when you're wrong. That's all. That's the relationship. That's all it is. When you're wrong, I check you on it. And if you can handle that, then you're good. But yeah, he just wanted to come up and do that. It is kind of funny. Scott hates your guts. And then Scott gushes about me. You made him do that. It's like, that's interesting. You guys don't see that you're kind of cowardly and that no matter what happens, you're going to make the reality what you need it to be. You don't think you're projecting onto me just a little. Here's what I say. Whatever you can handle. 130 away from today's goal. I know this. I know that Steel Toe fans don't give a shit. That's what I know. So, see the way, I guess, is what we say. Sheryl Crow is giving back her Tesla. That'll fucking show them. Guys, this might be it. You know how I said one of these days we're going to get to the point where one of these people is going to do something about Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and we're going to go, there it is. That's it. That's the end of it. Sheryl Crow has gotten rid of her Tesla and is donating the proceeds to NPR to protest Elon Musk and Doge. Well, we had a good run. I mean, we did our best. I mean, we thought we were going to vote to clean up government. We thought that government was going to get rid of all the corruption and all of the rot. And an aging pop star gave back her Tesla. I think we got to call it a day, guys. What did USDebtClock.org say? $105 billion that Tesla's gotten? It's going to be about it. End of the road, end of the line. Sheryl Crow gave back her Tesla. Not only that, but it's going to NPR. Oh, we can do this. Let's find out how much money that Tesla was worth and how much she ended up giving NPR, and then let's cut federal funding by twice that amount. That would be fun. Now, Sheryl isn't the only musician in favor of dumping the Donald Trumpian. Casey Musgraves responded with a message of support, as did singer Margot Price, commenting, "Love to see it." Well, fuck, guys. I don't know how we're going to beat the triple entente of Sheryl Crow, Casey Musgraves, and Margot Price. It's over. Crow's message also stated money donated to NPR, which is under threat by President Musk, in hopes that the truth will continue to find its way to those willing to know the truth. Again, if you're standing in the way of the guy rooting out corruption, I'm thinking you might be part of the corruption. You know how Ben Stiller was super anti-Trump, and then we found out Ben Stiller's getting $8 million to visit Zelensky from USAID? I wonder, has Sheryl Crow ever met Zelensky? Let's see. Sheryl Crow Zelensky. Sheryl Crow sells Tesla. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, so she hasn't met with Zelensky. Well, what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you know there's gold in them there hills? Get out there and go visit Zelensky. What's wrong with you? So, guys, I'm sorry. We had a good run. MAGA 2.0 was looking good there for a while, but Tesla's gone. NPR's getting money. Dunsky. It's over with. All right, we got some loosey eggs, and we've got Bill Burr going on another rant. Bill Burr thinks that billionaires should be put down like rabid dogs. Jesus. It's kind of weird where people draw the line. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Bill Burr's a multi-millionaire, right? So where does he draw the line? Where do rich people start, and where does he become a regular guy? Because Bill Burr's ever since that Luigi thing happened, Bill Burr has been on an eat the rich kick. And it's kind of crazy. We'll get to that in just a second. But first, 130 away from today's goal. Guys, go ahead and knock it out. Let's play. Let's go. Let's see. How about under 100 by 9:30? Under 100 by the bottom of the hour. And I think we're looking good. Thank you, Yags, for that $50. That was great. It looks like Jeremy's on top right now with $100. Yags with 50. Thermodyne Diesel with 20, and Matthew Hoffman with 20. That's our top four. You want to get into that top four? You get over $20, you're there. Do it. Knock it out. Let's call it another win for the toe. We get back on YouTube. We notch a win. Bill Burr said that billionaires should be put down like fucking dogs on his Monday morning podcast. Let's pull up the clip. Mediaite, of course, if it's not a 37-minute clip, then they're not going to post it. Bill Burr, billionaires. Here we go. This is old Bill. Oh, did he take it down? No, here it is. I knew it was out there somewhere. There's the clip. This is Bill Burr on billionaires. A lot of people not big Bill Burr fans anymore because they think that he sold them out or that he's some kind of traitor. I can't really say that because Bill Burr to me was never like a conservative. Bill Burr was never like a MAGA guy or a Republican or anything like that. To me, Bill Burr's gimmick has always been no gimmick. Bill Burr just says what he thinks. Bill Burr just says what he feels. And the problem with loving a guy or being a fan of a guy that says whatever he wants is you cannot stake like your positions on his. Because if a guy says whatever he wants and he's not particularly political, he's going to say a lot of shit you love, but a lot of shit that pisses you off. So, I've never been one to be like, yeah, Bill Burr's philosophy is my philosophy, man. Because then if Bill Burr ends up, flipping, or he ends up telling me some positions I don't like, then, now what do I do? And I think a lot of people accuse Bill of like, oh, he took Disney money and Netflix money. Now he's a lib. I remember listening to him on Opie and Anthony, and sometimes when it would get too conservative in there, he'd argue the opposite point, especially on race. Like, Bill Burr's never been like super based right-wing guy. But he can, to me, Bill is who he's always been. And that's a guy who's going to tell you exactly how he feels. I like some of it. I don't like the rest of it.
People that are struggling out there because of these f***ing billionaires. And they got us all arguing liberal and conservative. We got to stop doing that. Like, I am so tired of hearing about people going to bed worried about what's going to happen next week. There is so much f***ing money in this country. And there's so much work being done, And if you work a full f***ing week at a job, you should be able to pay your f***ing rent.
Okay, I agree with him. I 100% agree. But you can't have like a high school or college kid take on it, which is, yeah, fucking billionaires and this and that. I mean, you can draw a straight line between this country's monetary policy and why shit's so expensive. We spend too much money. Our government takes too much of the people's money and spends too much of it, and then prints more of it, devalues the currency, and then causes prices to go up. Or multinational corporations buy up single-family homes and bid up the price of homes and make them less affordable for the working class. So, yeah, I mean, there is an answer and there is a solution to this, and it's not as simple as, hey, these fucking rich people or, oh, these billionaires, these pieces of shit. It's not that easy. It's actually a lot more complicated than that. And, everyone wants to make the problem simple so that the solution can be simple so we can snap out of it right away. It took us a long time to get here, and it's going to take a long time for us to dig it out.
You shouldn't have to go out and get a f***ing job and still be struggling. It's bad for the country because then the kids don't see their parents and they're not getting the upbringing that they need. It's so fucking...
It's so funny that people clip out the billionaires should be put down like fucking dogs, and they clip that out, and people don't listen to the rest of it. Because the rest of it is pretty good. It's pretty spot on. It's just now you have to identify who's doing this, and to me, this is government policy that's been doing this. And as far as the billionaires part goes, yeah, like billionaires own the government. So we could go that way. But, everyone clipped out the part where he goes, billionaires should be put down like fucking dogs. And they're like, yep, that's all he said. I think the rest of what he said is actually something that a lot of people agree with.
And these fucking billionaires, they need to be put down. Like fucking rabid dogs. They're like rabid with fucking greed. And just going out and just dividing everybody.
But it's so much more than that, It's so much more than, these fucking billionaires. Some of those billionaires got there because they ran a business and they employed people and they produced something that the world wanted. And they gave a lot of people jobs to make those billions of dollars. And then, yes, there's other people who are fucking hedge fund managers And they buy and sell governments, and they buy and sell currencies, and they crash economies, George Soros. And they do fuck people over. And they do make shit more expensive. And they do cause people to not be able to afford homes even if they're working a full-time job. And that does suck. But it's more than just, we got to just put down all of these billionaires like rabid dogs. It's more surgical than that. That's a tantrum. That's just something that's going to make you feel better in the immediate. But it's not going to, it's not going to fix anything. Dead Game says, name me one, Aaron. I said George Soros. That was one of them. Labglass says, I'd never listen to an everyman millionaire. You aren't in the mud. Well, I mean, but also him being a millionaire is relatively new. In the last 20 years, 10, 15 years, he became a millionaire. So it's not like he's a lifer. Like he was grinding, he struggled, and I get it. Sometimes you get money and you can kind of forget that. You can forget where you came from, sure. But again, I don't want to discount someone's take just because they've got some money. Just like I don't want to say that someone's got the gospel in their hands just because they have some money. So yeah, I think Sam showed with a great point. Billionaires is just a vague term to make Bill sound edgy and smart to dipshits. He wants an opinion on politics without thinking hard about it. I agree. I think that Bill wants the easy take that'll get people going, yeah, fuck yeah, absolutely. It's different. It's more complicated than that. 1:30 away from today. Go ahead and throw in. I think in the next 15 minutes or so, I'd love to be under $100. That would be great. So if you've got 5 or 10 to throw in, that's awesome. If you got 20 to throw in, that's my boy. If you got 50 or 100 to throw in, I love you. See, Kloppo says he went to Disney and went woke retard. You don't think he had a little bit of that in him? I saw it in him. Other people in the chat are saying he got high off that Disney money. There have been some left-wing positions that Bill Burr has taken long before he got any Disney money. Again, if you're going to hitch your wagons to someone whose whole gimmick is he speaks his mind and tells you what he's thinking, then, he's going to say some stuff to piss you off. And you got to be able to go, hey, I'm still a fan of the guy. I still like his style. I just don't agree with him on this one. This idea that Bill Burr was ever like, blue collar, right wing everyman. This is the guy who yelled at that Philly crowd for like 15, 20 minutes and called them a bunch of drunk, inbred, retarded dipshits. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're doing that in Philadelphia, you're going to catch a large cross section of the crowd with that classification. But Kloppo says he wasn't as bad as he is now. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. But I think that could also be explained as the richer you get, the more removed from reality you might get. S-word jockey says what was left-wing 15 years ago is now a conservative position. Well, that's kind of what Bill Maher says. Bill Maher says that, he's stood in the same spot forever and ever. And he's now further and further to the right. And like he said, he didn't move anywhere. I mean, that's something to think about, where as they call it, the Overton window is shifting. All right, 1:30 away from today. Let's knock it out and call it another win for the toe. What do you say, guys? We've been off of YouTube for a week. Let's welcome us back with a win. 10, 15, $20, throw it in. Like I said, in the next 9 minutes, I'd love to be at $100 or under. That would be great. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. We appreciate your time and contributions to keeping this show on the air. Well, this is real. You want to talk about bad signs for the economy? You know how Costco and Trader Joe's are what do you call that? When you limit how much they can buy. They're rationing. Costco and Trader Joe's are rationing eggs because of egg prices and the shortage of supply. Well, now in New York City, bodegas are actually going into those dozen egg cartons, breaking them up, putting them in plastic bags, and selling loosies. I shit you not, bodegas in New York City are selling loosey eggs for people who don't want to buy a whole dozen. I'm trying not to laugh because this is really fucking sad. This is really bad. So you've got 2 kids and you and your spouse want to make breakfast and you're like, you know what? Oh, we're out of eggs. Let's go get 6. Let's 1 for each kid and 2 for each of us. I'm just going to go buy a half dozen eggs down at the bodega. How did we get here? I know they say bird flu shortages, but I think that's bullshit. I think it's a manufactured shortage to fuck with Trump and fuck with us, just like COVID. Like, you're willing to release a disease onto people. You're willing to murder some chickens to fuck with the economy. I believe it 100%. Fernando Rodriguez, the owner of Pamela's Green Deli in the Bronx, said many of his customers simply can't shell out. Hey, see what they did there? $10.99 for a full carton of the beloved breakfast food. These people don't have enough money to buy a dozen eggs, so I have to sell them separately, said Rodriguez. When I saw how high the price of eggs has become, we decided to break it down into small bags. And by the way, if they're upping by a couple of cents the cost per unit by selling them in individual bags, I bet you they're making a fuckload of money. I bet you they're making more off that carton of eggs than they would if they kept it together. I would believe this is working. These people don't have enough money to buy a dozen eggs, so I have to sell them separately. I mean, it's $10 for a carton of eggs out there in New York. And then, bodegas, they jack it up to begin with. So if they're selling them for $10 for a pack of eggs and you sell them for $1 a piece, you're making a couple bucks more. Before the recent price spike, Rodriguez would typically sell a dozen large eggs for $2.49. He now offers 3 large Nelms brand grade A eggs in a plastic bag for $2.99 at the shop on East 166th Street and 3rd Avenue in Morrisania. Roughly a third of his customers, many of whom are low income, opt for the 3 loosies in a bag instead of a carton. This is bad. I mean, I know some people are going to look at this and go, wow, that's really creative. That's really something. That's good. No, this is bad. The fact that we have to do this, the fact that 3 eggs in a baggie cost as much as a dozen of them cost a little while ago is really bad. These are steps backwards. This is kind of like when they take the price of shoes or pants or something like that and they jack them up. Or like gas is a good example. Gas goes up to $4 a gallon. Let's say it was $2.50 and it goes up to $4 a gallon, but then it comes down to $3.10 and people go, oh, thank God gas is down. And it's like, no, asshole, it's up. Remember, it was $2.50 a little bit ago. Now it's 60 cents a gallon higher. Oh, yeah, but it's not $4. Get people used to the worst conditions, back it off a little bit, and they'll thank you for the increase. I used to give everybody 2 eggs for breakfast, but now I will scramble these 3 eggs for my 2 sons, me and my brother to all share. See, now that's heartbreaking. That's really sad. That's fucked up, dude. Like when I hear about like rationing food for kids, I really don't. That fucks with me a little bit. That I don't like. When you're literally taking food out of kids' mouths. That's why, like, if it's economic, if it's because of the supply or whatever, then it's like, well, what can you do? Let's try to fix that. But if it is like an inside job where you're purposely manipulating the supply to fuck with prices for political reasons, then, I mean, really, we should throw you in prison. That's too bad. Das Optic Nerve says it's not $10 citywide. There's a place by me where a dozen is $7. Victor Vic says buy oatmeal. You know what? That's a fair point. Oatmeal's probably still cheap. Cheaper than eggs. I didn't realize how bougie I was being when when I'm making waffles for my kids every morning and I'm putting eggs in there. I didn't realize that I'm just breaking up gold bars and spilling them into the bowl. What a bougie cunt I am. All right, boys and girls, we are still 130 away from today's goal. Help us knock it out. We need your help. That means you. I know you've been waiting for somebody else, but I need your help. 130, we can get down there pretty quick. Wasn't that long ago we were at 180. So go ahead and throw in a little bit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. And let's call it another win for the toe. I mean, the first 3.5 hours of your day have gone by swimmingly so far. Thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate that. But let's make that last half hour not our last half hour. And let's hammer out that 130 and call it another win for the toe. All right, let's here. You guys, I figured you guys would like this one. FBI arrests another trans student for alleged plot to shoot up a school, this time on Valentine's Day. What is the deal? I hate to Seinfeld this thing, but what is the deal with the trans school shooters? Like, it's a lot now. And, you know, you can... I mean, I know the easy answer is to go, well, Aaron, it's mental illness. Yeah, but it's like more than that. It's like... And again, I go right to extreme conspiracy mode. Is the government like kidnapping and MK Ultraing a bunch of trans people because they know it'll like stir division in the country? I don't know where to go with this. But it's like all of it, like one day, school shooters just started being trans. I think it started with that Colorado shooting, the Boulder, Colorado one. And then after that, every other shooter, it was identifies as this, goes by pronouns they, them. And then all the ones they're catching are, you know, another trans shooter stopped before they could do anything or whatever. It just seems like there's something more there, you know? Like it's... Because they've been around for a while now, and only now are we going, oh, yeah, we're catching a lot of them. They're all trying to shoot up schools and shit. I mean, maybe it's mental illness. Maybe because we're being so welcoming and understanding and tolerant of the mental illness, they're getting away with more, but just feels like more than that. I want to get to this Donald is a walking crime spree on Rumble because... we don't get a lot of anti-Donald Trump people who come in here and voice their opinion, and I really want to talk to those kinds of people. Thank you for throwing in $5, Honky. Says, imagine in the near future, police raid your home because you have 26 grams of omelet and take your 5 baby chicks. Oh, the horror. $125. 125 away from today's goal. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's knock this thing out, guys. I appreciate you. Give us another win for the toe on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, gifted memberships, however you do it. We do appreciate your contributions. All right. I want to get to this Donald Trump is a walking crime spree person. They don't like Trump. Let's go. America First seems outdated and inaccurate. Here are some suggested replacements. All right? This is marketing, guys. This is marketing. Trump First. America Alone. America, we are the biggest a-holes around. Well, okay. Donald Trump is a walking crime spree. I'm giving you the floor right now, but I just want to evaluate these. That last one has to go. It's way too long. Americans have very small attention spans. Trump first. Can't really be Trump first because, like, if it was Trump first, he would never run for president because he's got billions of dollars and doesn't need this shit. America alone, maybe, you know what? America alone might be your best idea because, yeah, there's a chance that he pisses off a bunch of people and, you know, maybe we end up alone. Donald is a walking crime spree, writing in again. Hegseth is completely out of his depth. Embarrassing to put this on the world stage at such a crucial time. Maybe he should stick to renaming our bases and working out with soldiers. Well, I'm sure he'll do that too. But what did Hegseth do that's got you so mad? I don't understand. Donald is a walking crime spree, says National Review. Hegseth's last 48 hours have been so surprising and so disappointing. Huh. If only there had been warnings. Hasn't he been in there for like a week? Like, what is he supposed, like, what did you think he would accomplish by now? Donald is, isn't recruitment up like in its highest level in like 20 years? Isn't that kind of the point? No, not a cult. To say no to President Trump would be to say no to God. Meet televangelist Paula White. She was great on Wheel of Fortune. Who Donald Trump just appointed to the White House Faith Office. Oh, faith is wonderful, isn't it? Don't you love Jesus there, kid? Donald is a walking crime spree, says the joke writes itself. Ready? Let's see the joke. Breaking. Trump from White House halts all enforcement of Foreign Corrupt Practices Act by Justice Department. Okay. Donald is a walking crime spree, says, trust me, I'm very never Trump. I didn't get that idea. Musk's corporations were under investigation by 32 investigations by 11 federal agencies. Most of them had been dropped, and these agencies are getting neutered. I'm sure it's purely coincidental. Oh, and I'm sure that those investigations were not were totally happening before he bought Twitter and made it a free speech platform. Hey, Donald is a walking crime spree. You know that cuts both ways, right? You understand Elon was probably being investigated for political reasons. It's more than likely what was going on. Donald is a walking crime spree, says this guy is too busy begging for loose change. I've been reading all your stuff. You should be throwing me some loose change. I would love to grab your loose change. $125 away from today's overtime goal. That would be great. Donald is a walking crime spree, says, can I call in? No. No, I don't want to. Hey, you know what? Here's the deal. If we hit overtime, I'll let you call in. How's that? If the audience knocks out this 125 and we do overtime, we'll let this never Trumper call in and we'll talk. Because, like, I'm not the biggest Donald Trump person in the world, but, like, I'll defend him. I think he's doing a good job. We can talk about it. Donald is a walking crime spree, says, what the hell is hitting overtime? Oh, we used to be a radio show here in St. Cloud, Minnesota. And in order to keep our budget from that radio show, we have a daily goal every day that we have to hit. And if the audience is generous enough and we hit it, I add another 30 minutes onto the end of the show. That's my thank you for them helping us out. That's the way it works. So there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Approachable says, so much for hitting the goal today. Well, here, I have an idea then. You can vote with your money. If the let Donald is a walking crime spree call in donates more money, we'll let him call in during overtime. If the don't you let that fucker call in donates more money, then we won't let them call in during overtime. How's that? We'll have the audience vote with their cash. That's fair enough. Go ahead and throw in your money. Nomo says, stop being a pussy, Aaron. Just jump on the Trump train already. It's fun. No, I like him. I think he does a great job. I like what he's done so far. But that I'm not saying that, like, I'm not just like, no matter what, you know, Trump's doing the right thing. That's not how I roll. Gray Duckling with $20 over on YouTube. Thank you, Gray Duckling. Says, wait, there's a goal? That's news to me. Thanks, smartass. 110 away from today's goal. It can be done. Keep it going. We're only 110 away from knocking out today's goal and calling it another win for the toe. Help us out. I would greatly appreciate it. Let's finish it off. Let's see. Democratic Representative Summer Lee. What a lovely name. She is demanding, of course, Representative Summer Lee of Pennsylvania. Let's play a little Mad Libs here. You guys fill in the blanks. This Representative Summer Lee says that the Donald Trump administration is full of blank and that she believes white people should pay blank. It's a 29-second clip. The Donald Trump administration is full of, oh no, let me get here. The Donald Trump administration is full of blank blanks and white people should pay blank. Ready? Let's see how well you know your news.
Who is in power has an obligation to right these wrongs, to provide reparations for descendants of enslaved Africans, to eliminate the racial wealth gap.
I agree. I think the people who owned the slaves and the people who transported the slaves should have to pay. So we trace that back to your family lineage, and the people who owned the slaves should pay. I guarantee you, if we try to do that, that will be shut down so quick. What they're talking about, and all the politicians who say we should do reparations, it's just a way to tax poor people again for the crimes of the rich. If you want to do reparations, then let's fucking do reparations and let's do it right. Take the people who owned the slaves and make them pay. The problem is when you start looking into who owned the slaves and what percentage of what owned the slaves, all of a sudden you're going to get into some really sticky, uncomfortable situations.
Uplift the black community. White supremacy is rampant in this country. Just look at the current administration and our own legislative body.
Excuse me, but isn't the current administration cutting a shitload of money from government, which would ultimately save taxpayers, especially poor taxpayers or, you know, white, black, Latino taxpayers money? I don't really see how that's white supremacy. It's how about just he's in a different party than you?
They have contributed to the social and economic harms, to racial terror black folks have experienced in this country. Now, more than ever, we must acknowledge and repair those harms.
Well, guys, you heard it. Get out there and do your part as a white person and start taking away that harm. Hey, listen to this, guys. Donald is a walking crime spree, says, I've got to give credit where credit is due. At least this guy keeps an open mind. Most of these MAGA clowns on Rumble are total dipshits. This guy at least seems to be able to think for himself. Hey! I told you guys I was special and you didn't believe me. My mom was right. Stop Big Troon says, no one cares. And I will say this, but when it comes to reparations, this government has given away a lot of money. Like a lot of the war on poverty stuff was particularly targeted at the black community. And there's been a lot of efforts made. I mean, you can't say that we did nothing. You want to argue if we've done enough? Okay, fine. We can argue if we've done enough. But we've done a lot, and it doesn't seem to have moved the needle. I thought this one was funny. We'll do this real quick, and then we'll move on. The Associated Press has been banned from Air Force One and the Oval Office. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Taylor Budowich, announced on Friday that the Associated Press, and the reason, okay, this is petty. So both sides are being petty on this. So Donald Trump renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Gulf of Mexico is its dead name. And as you know, we should be against dead naming people and dead naming things, right? Dead naming is bad. So the Associated Press has continued to dead name the Gulf of America by calling it the Gulf of Mexico. So what did Donald Trump do? He has now banned the AP from Air Force One and the White House. The Associated Press continues to ignore the lawful geographic name change of the Gulf of America. This decision is not just divisive, but it also exposes the Associated Press's commitment to misinformation. While their right to irresponsible and dishonest reporting is protected by the First Amendment, it does not ensure their privilege of unfettered access to limited spaces, like the Oval Office and Air Force One. That's true. They could give that to somebody else who reports the Gulf of America instead of the Gulf of Mexico. Going forward, that space will now be opened up to the many thousands of reporters who have been barred from covering these intimate areas of the administration. Associated Press journalists and photographers will retain their credentials to the White House complex. So they're still going to be allowed to be in the White House. They can still cover the Trump administration. They just can't go into the Oval Office, and they can't go into Air Force One because they won't call the Gulf of America the Gulf of America. They keep calling it the Gulf of Mexico. So they're fucking out. I mean, it's a good way to enforce the fact that, you know, you're not dicking around on this, that this name change is the real deal and people ought to get with it. I mean, it sends a powerful message. The AP is the oldest news organization in the United States. So I just don't know if it should be a priority. Like, I hate to, again, this is where I kind of piss all over the MAGA train and they get mad at me. I don't really know if this is a hill to die on. I think they're doing great things with Doge. I think they're doing great things with wanting to cut spending. I'd like to see us make a few more economic moves, but I don't know if kicking the AP out for saying Gulf of Mexico, I don't know if that's a hill to die on. Or maybe it's just funny. I don't know. Nomo says, kind of sucks it took something petty like this to finally switch things up, though. Maybe, but I never, changing it to the Gulf of America, that never did it for me. You know, talking about Canada being the 51st state, that never really did it for me. My big thing is I want to see those prices come down. I want to see people not hurt as much. And for the government to cut spending. Those would be my two big ones. That would be nice. All right, kids. 110 away from today's goal. One more push and this baby will be born. Head first, breach, doesn't matter. In 10 minutes, we got to rattle the cans and beg you for a little bit of money, see if we can get that 110 knocked out. But as of right now, everybody throw in a little bit. Now's the time. All the links are right there in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Don't worry, we've got plenty of stuff to do this morning. If you want to throw in a couple of extra bucks, we appreciate it. If you've liked today's show, consider throwing a $5 or a 10 or more in the bucket. Unhinged. Oh yeah, people asked me about this woman, and I finally found her. The white-haired. What is she? A pastor? Realtor. I'm sorry, not a pastor. She's a realtor, and she was so mad running around one day about Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Elon's kid that she had to get in her car, put on her seatbelt, to hold herself back, and do a little ranting. She had to set up the phone and do a little bit of ranting. And here's what I don't get. Is like if you're getting paid to do this like we are, it's different. Like it's a job. But if you're this person, you're just going on the internet, losing your mind for a while. Everybody's going to share it and forward it. It's going to live forever. Like, why? Why do you need to voluntarily do this to yourself, Greg the Hammer Valentine? Let's go ahead and watch and see how they feel. They don't like Donald Trump, and by God, they need to let us all know.
Fuck you.
All right. I guess we're married now.
Fuck you. Fuck your Bible. And fuck Elon Musk. And
all right. I'm offended by two of those things. The third one, I assume Elon's going to be fine. And I'm not even a big religious guy, but fuck the Bible? What did the Bible do? I mean, sure, Leviticus and Deuteronomy get a little dicey, but the whole book?
and that weird little human shield he carries around with him. That thing has never heard the word no.
It's called a kid. It's called a child. And we typically don't attack those when we're really mad at people. We typically just leave them alone. But if you have Trump derangement syndrome or steel-toe derangement syndrome, I guess you do. But us normal people tend not to attack children. And if she's like, Elon Musk's kid will never hear the word no. I mean, at $144 billion, the kid will hear no because his lifestyle will be such that he'll ask for something crazy. Like, Dad, can I go to Mars? No. I hate you, Dad. You don't really love me.
Let's face it, that little booger-flicking fucker sitting there with the President of the United States in the Oval Office, holding a press conference. Boy, didn't he just put it right in our faces what's what yesterday.
First of all, booger-flinging fucker. I don't care how you feel about this woman's politics. I don't care what you think about this rant. You give credit where credit is due. Booger-flinging fucker is a good insult. I mean, it's weird that she had to do it for a little kid and she felt it was necessary to attack him, but I can separate the two. I think it's wrong to attack children, but booger-flinging fucker is a pretty good one. By the way, she definitely has the eyes of someone who's going on a very composed rant, and where the fuck are her eyebrows?
So any idea that you had that what wasn't happening isn't happening is off the table.
Wait, one more time. What?
Any idea that you had that what wasn't happening isn't happening.
What wasn't happening isn't happening. Ladies and gentlemen, did we just have a Ricky from Trailer Park Boys moment? I think we did. What comes around is all around, Leahy. Don't you mean what's all around comes around, Ricky? What wasn't happening isn't happening. Well, that's good. Then it isn't happening, right? Because you thought it wasn't happening. And you're saying it isn't happening, so then nothing happened. One more time.
So any idea that you had that what wasn't happening isn't happening is off the table. That motherfucker's in charge. He's holding press conferences from the Oval Office with his rotten little bastard child who has...
Oh, wait. Elon's the booger-flinging fucker? Not the kid? Oh. It's even more insulting then. Well, don't worry, guys. What isn't happening wasn't happening.
Never, ever once heard the word fucking no. So let's just call that spade what it is. And look.
Whoa. Elon is an African American. I don't think we're supposed to be calling him a spade. I mean, I'm uncomfortable. I don't know about you guys. I mean, Jesus Christ. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $10. Thank you very much. And Mussolini Diff with $2. Thank you. Hey, guys, we're an even hundo away from knocking this thing down. Let's do it. Contribute to the PayPal, the Venmo, the Streamlabs. And let's get this last hundo off the books for the toe.
Look, you Bible-beaten bastard motherfuckers. Come to grips with this. I went through Catholic schools. I read the Bible. I read the book of Revelations.
That's a good one. That's probably what turned your hair white. Reading that Revelations. You get to rapture. Holy shit. There's shit in there that will turn you white.
Believe in all that shit, you Bible-thumping rat bastards. You must believe.
Okay, you guys can hate this woman all you want. I don't know how pro-Trump you are. I love her. I think she's great for two reasons. One, she's got some creative insults. Bible-thumping fucker or whatever she just said. Booger-flinging fucker. That's good. But also, she can't stop anything. Like, she just needs to do this. She needs to impotently rage out because she's frustrated that Trump is in there and Elon's in there. So this is kind of impotent rage, and I kind of dig it.
That we are in the end of times, and you need to know the Antichrist is here. The only problem is there's too many fucking fuckers to pick. Who the fuck is it? There's so many we could be picking from. Is it that rat bastard Elon Musk? Is it the rat bastard Donald Trump? Is it the rat bastard Barron? Who the fuck is what's up with that thing?
Come on. I want to interview her. I want to see if she'll do the show. I like her. She's got eyes on all of them. She's not sure who the... I appreciate this because, a lot of people just go, oh, Trump's the Antichrist, and that's it. That's kind of easy. That's kind of a cop-out. She thinks it could be any one of them. Elon, Barron.
Because you look at that Melania Trump, Melania motherfuck, whatever the fuck her crazy-ass name is. I fucking hate Christmas. I hate... With the red shit all over the fucking White... What the fuck was that anyway? We put this shit back in the White House. I'm beside myself.
I can't tell. Can I say this, ma'am? You're holding it together remarkably well.
I was floating around a couple of months in a fucking pool, looking at the clouds. Ooh, look, an octopus chasing a Volkswagen. I was fucking happy. I was fucking motherfucking happy.
Well, that's the whole point of the Biden administration, is they were doing a lot of dirty shit behind your back. They were doing a lot of corrupt, fucked up things when you weren't looking, so you could lay back in a pool and look at the octopus chasing the Volkswagen. That was kind of what their intention was.
Now, I've got to walk around wondering who the fucking Antichrist is. You rat bastard Bible thumping fuckers, you put us here. You motherfuckers put us here. Fuck you. Fuck your Bible.
I have to tell you guys, I know some of you are offended by that rant. I know some of you are upset about that rant, but I will say this. That was pretty good. Dude, no, dude, she landed it too. Like, she stuck the landing. It wasn't just... She brought it in for a landing around 1:29. It wasn't too long. I thought she did well. Donald is a walking crime spree, says, why do all these guys like this guy being up these nut job libs to make themselves look sane? Steel toe sets the bar really low. Thank you. Oh, was that an insult? Sorry. I don't know. I look, man, I play crazy conservative shit too. I just think it's funny. This is a comedy show. Yeah, we talk about the news. I think the most comedy is in politics and the news. I do. I think if you do a real news show and you beat up on that lady and you act like she's the opposition to Trump, yeah, that's fucking shitty. I think that's a dirty trick. But, I mean, if you're just looking for somebody to make fun of, she's pretty good, right? Like, I'm a cheap shot artist, 110%. I am not here to change anybody's mind. I am not here to, have anybody jump aboard a MAGA train or whatever. I'm just here to see what's going on in the world, laugh about it, tell some jokes. I've got an audience that's been following me for a decade and some new ones too. I'm just here to have fun with them on a working holiday. That's all. So, Donald is a walking crime spree. Welcome to the show. We love having you here. Watch this part. This is where it gets really desperate. Boys and girls, we got 5 minutes left in regulation. We are an even $100 away. Let's see if we can get another win for the toe. Throw it in on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's see if we can knock it out of the park and get ourselves a win for the toe. This has been a fun one, and I'm not ready to stop yet. Throw in a couple of bucks. That means you. Because if all of you do it all at once, we're going to get this 100 knocked out in no time. So let's go. Throw in a few, and let's get it done. $100. All the links are in the chat. They're pinned to the top of the page. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships. Now, remember, the quicker we get out of this, or the quicker we get this knocked out, quicker we can go right back to the show. Here's what the standings look like right now. $100 from Jeremy, $50 from Yags, $22 from Gray Duckling, and $20 from Matthew and Thermodyne. That's your top five. So, a few more people decide to jump into that $20 range. We're looking good to go. We can call it, like I said, another win for the toe. But we do need you. We've got 4 minutes left. Let's get this thing knocked out. Let's start this week on a high note. We're back on YouTube. Just a few bucks helps. Donald is a walking crime spree, says, dude, this ain't happening unless I toss in $100. Ain't going to happen. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe you'll be correct. Last time we were on YouTube, we were fucking crushing it. We were knocking out these goals left and right. I would hate to see us come back to YouTube and fail. That wouldn't be good. We got 3.5 minutes left. I'd really like to see this thing happen. Go ahead and throw in a few bucks. Remember, if we get inside of $50, it buys us a little extra time. Pretty pleased with cherries on top. Support this program. Let's see if we can get this money and call it a win so I don't have to lose on a Monday morning. Let's go. We need to rally it up. The rally would be nice. Poe says, I like how all Rumble shows have these beggy segments. You are a trendsetter. Do they really? I'm a trendsetter. Here's the problem. It doesn't work if I lose all the time. 2.5 minutes left to go. This isn't good. That was a nervous laugh. No, come on, guys. You are the best. You're the absolute greatest. You kept us going during that Rumble week. Push forward a little more and knock out this last hundo. Let's call it a win for the toe. We can't keep missing goals. Once a month, once or twice a month is fine. Can't keep cutting it this close. So please, if you've got a few bucks laying around, throw a couple the toes way. And let's see if we can get this done. 2 minutes left. 2-minute warning. We have $0 for the rally. Usually when we're $100 away in the last 5 minutes, that's an easy one. But, I mean, guys, 5 or 10 at a time would, that would do it. So if you could, here, let's kick back for the last minute and a half. If we're going to die, let's not die desperate. Thank you to Silver Wolf with $10. He says, hey, boss, doing a shout out to my buddy who's listening while clearing out the damage the flooding in Kentucky caused this weekend. Pray for those poor folks down there. Good people. Well, thoughts and prayers out to Kentucky. Thank you, Silver Wolf. That's $10. $90 away from today's goal. A little over 1 minute left. Guys, please. It would be nice if you all would throw in and we just did this $10 at a time, but it's looking like I don't want an L for the toe. I still believe we can win. A minute left. Throw in just a little. $10 from Scott. Thank you. Not that, Scott. Don't go attacking him and trying to murder him, please. $80 away from today's goal. Come on, guys. $35 comes in. We can reset the clock for another 30. Let's do it. $80 away. Look at that. Two $10 in a row, and it's coming down. It can be done. Keep it going. We got 30 seconds to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, $80 away. Help us get there. What do you say? Oh, we got $4.99 from Camo Girl. Thank you very much. $5 from Marcia says, okay, fine, but you owe me. This is moving money. I'll throw a box in the back of your car. $75 away. And we got 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys. We're $75 away. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to drag out the sign out of today's show to see if we can knock out our goal. But it looks like we're $75 short. Chad Buzamok says no Chad Buzamok board, no goal. Hey, wait a minute. It's still the Chad Buzamok board. So maybe if we change it to what Jeremy said, maybe that'll help us. Because the Chad Buzamok board, we've been missing, before the last couple weeks, we'd been missing quite a bit. Do I extend this anyway? I can't start the week with a loss. It would really bum me the fuck out. I'm not going to lie. Carlos Cameo says, keep going, you'll hit it. Yeah, I can't. Starting the week out with a loss would really fucking sting. Plus, once I told everyone that, like, hey, Steel Toes back to even. Remember that when we got there, like in the fall, like in October, November? After that, it's really been dancing on either side of even. Mostly because I've had to spend a bunch of money catching up on those VIPs. So, we haven't exactly been building a war chest. I'm building a camera war chest right now. That's kind of the plan. $5 from Fauci's Pangolin. He says, rally. Well, that would be great. I would love a rally. We're $70 away from today. And I think I should go ahead and do it anyway. If you want to make money, you got to work more. So you can't just go, well, I didn't hit the goal. Now that really sucks. And then go, well, I guess I'll shut off the camera and stop doing a show. Technically, if you're desperate enough, you should keep doing a show, is what you should do. Let's do it. $70 away, guys. Throw in a few bucks. Carlos Cameo says, if you keep going, you'll hit. All right, I'm going to keep going because I cannot start the week on a miss. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, I believe in Toe Hendry. I do too. I'm going to keep going. We're going to knock this out. We're $70 away. Keep it up. Throw it in. Oh, is the hockey jersey? Oh, no. The hockey jersey is crooked. Goodness gracious. Well, guys, click the links. Let's get this last $70 knocked out so we can start the week on a positive note here on the toe. You know what this means? This means that it's all Johnny. That's why we're not hitting. Johnny took the day off to be with his kid today. So I got my butt kicked. But help us knock out that 70. Let's call it a win, and I can focus on doing a show for you guys. Chad Buzamok says, a loss after removing the Chad Buzamok board and changing rules to make it work. This is what happens by removing my name. Well, let's not act like you trolley-type internet people were paying the bills here to begin with. You can't be salty at me that I lean towards the people who pay the bills, which are the old school fans who have proven they will always be here. Trolley people will leave. You can tell they're already leaving once I go, I'm not really interested in this stuff anymore. I'm a father of 3. I'm too old for this shit. And as my life changes and I change, I grow and I kind of become above all this nonsense. And that makes people mad. And there is a part of me that hasn't grown up that really enjoys that part. You can't be mad at me for appealing to the people who have always been here for us. Can't be mad at that. But now the people who have always been here for us, throw in that $70. Let's call it another win for the toe. All right, off we go. We've got, I love that white-haired lady. I wish she would make more videos. A Catholic teacher went apeshit on a student for bringing up politics in the class. Now, the problem is the student who got yelled at for bringing up politics in class got in trouble for interrupting the teacher who was talking about politics in the class. Delco Lou with $1 says, did the Vikings win the Super Bowl over the weekend? Eagles won it last week, but we can't be winning championships every Sunday. Hey, Klopogram, I didn't do anything. I'm sorry. People choose to obsess about my private life. It is like, I'm not going to talk about it openly like this, but like, if you can't see that the problem is clearly mentally ill people, like it's not funny. It's more like these are damaged people and they don't know where the line is and they're going to hurt somebody someday. So if that's funny to you, that's totally fine. That's just you and I are in different places. I think it's desperation because you couldn't get to me. Not you, but you know who I'm talking about. And so you go after innocent people. And then you use the craziest logic to justify it. These people like that are dangerous. I've been swatted before. I've been threatened before. The attitude is the same. And I'm sorry that I'm usually right about this stuff, but the attitude is absolutely the same. All right, guys, everybody throw in $10, $5 right now. Let's knock out this $70. Let's do a show. What do you say? Let's go to this teacher talking to her student. I need to make this money. I need to get down to zero. So that means I need to get my ass to work and start doing a show here. Throw in some money. Help us out. We appreciate it. I don't want to lose today.
And the only thing that bothers me more than him is all the Republican senators and congressmen who just keep going along with it. It's not because they believe in it. You got to know they don't believe in it. They don't believe.
So here we have it. Now, again, we have a teacher losing his shit over Trump in class. Now, I don't know what class this is. Maybe they've got flags up there. Maybe it's history. So maybe bringing up the president is okay, but usually I would say let's keep the personal politics out of the classroom, especially with impressionable kids in there. And you being a teacher, you know, your opinion is about as valuable as anyone else's, which is to say not at all. But if you're going to bring up politics in the classroom, then you can't get mad when other students bring up their politics if they disagree with you. You're the one who introduced this into the classroom.
In any of it. They're just afraid that he's going to talk smack about them on Truth Social, and then they're going to lose their job in an election. So they're just doing whatever he says, which is the worst possible thing, because that's cult and dictatorship. Jesus Christ, you don't see that?
This is like high-pitched Dave Portnoy a little bit. Like he's got kind of a liberal Dave Portnoy thing going on.
I'm not kidding when I say wipe that smile off. I don't care if that's a detention. I just wrote you a referral mentally. You're going to detention for bringing up politics in class. You want to go for 2? Control yourself, man. Yo.
Wait, did he just say he's writing that kid up for bringing up politics in class? Perfect. Did that? I need to listen to that again. What did the kid say? Because I thought it was going to be this guy who said something. The guy who looks like young St. Cloud Superman.
I'm not kidding when I say wipe that smile off. I don't care if that's a detention. I just wrote you a referral mentally. You're going to detention for bringing up politics in class. You want to go for 2? Control yourself, man.
Now he's turning into the principal in Breakfast Club. I got you for the rest of your natural-born lives. And then you have the student telling the teacher, hey, control yourself, man. Jesus.
Excuse me? Excuse me? After all I put up with you for the last 2 years and talked you up and stood your back when they ripped you, you what? You say what? What?
He said control yourself, which I would say the advice still stands. I would say that you should probably still control yourself. I mean, usually that's the response you get from a chick when you say control yourself. You know, she goes nuts when you do that. It's not usually a dude where you go control yourself. What? You can't say that to me. Why would you say that to me?
What? Are you serious? Treating me with that disrespect? Are you serious? Are you serious?
Right now is where I go, no, dude, I was just fucking around. It's cool. Let's keep going with class.
Are you serious?
Why so serious is the question.
If I could take back your letter of recommendation from college right now, I would.
Holy shit, for his political take? I would. Who is he, Kevin Spacey in 21? I would take back your letter of recommendation to college right now if I'd have known you and I disagree on politics. I definitely, I will say this. High school students do have a tendency to turn the camera on halfway through, and we don't see what made this teacher so crazy. But if it was just some kid bringing up Trump and making a political point in class, I mean, you can push back against that without screaming your fucking head off.
You talk to me like that after everything I've done for you? Are you kidding me? No detention. Don't ever talk to me again personally. You can ask questions in class. You say anything in class without raising your hand, you go to detention for a week.
Jesus. I wonder who this guy voted for, though.
From now on. Disrespect me like that. You got your letter, so now everything's good, right? You got your high grade on the midterm.
Yeah, that was my plan all along, Teach. I was going to get my letter of recommendation from you, and then I was going to go mega as fuck, bro.
So everything's good. Now you can treat me like that? After all I've stood up for you, you punk ass. You really gonna do that to me? And the only thing that bothers me more than him.
That's the end of the clip. Any update on the teacher? Do we have any teacher? Teacher was put on leave and subsequently resigned after the video went viral. Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't care what triggered you or what upset you. You can't lose your shit on kids that badly. That's going to cost you the job every time. Dead Game says that was sexual tension. Rexstart parody account says this guy needs a hug from his mamala. No shit. That's look, I think that's what we call he's taking it hard, I would say. Well, I earned no money on that one. That segment earned us nothing. We're still $70 away. I would really appreciate it if you threw us a couple of bucks. That would be nice. I got an email from Donald Trump is a walking crime spree. I can read that for you. Which, by the way, he is right about our pathetic inability to hit our goal today. He is correct. I will give him that one. We do need some PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants to knock this thing out. We're $70 away. I would appreciate any help we could get. He says, "Hi, Aaron. Yes, that was me. You're still on trying to raise money, but I've got stuff to do." Oh, he's not shitting on me. He's just saying I'm still... Okay, that's fine. "I'm self-employed. I can't fuck around all day hating Trump." That's actually very wise. "Anyway, I'd be more than happy to speak with you on air or off. I'm a never Trump Republican. If you want to get a feel for my politics, visit the center-right Never Trump website, thebulwark.com. Okay? Since you're a radio guy, thought you might want to check out my YouTube channel. You may find it funny or maybe it pisses you off. I don't know." And then he sends the link here. I don't know. You guys want to check it out? We're certainly not making any money today. That's for sure. We've got $1.99 to go. Oh, I can't let people pretend to be other people so that they can hurt them and lie. That's psychotic. That's a little mentally ill, but thank you for the $1.99. Go see a doctor. $70 away. Guys, help us out. Throw us a couple of bucks. They're saying no, don't go see this guy's YouTube page. Approachable says no. I mean, shouldn't I technically make people pay for the... I mean, I almost have to put the chat on pay only. Like, if you throw a Rumble rant or a super... Maybe I need to start doing it Kevin Brennan style. I don't know. Because we got... we're cutting it closer and closer. Even on the weeks where we have wins, outside of 2 weeks ago, oof. It's rough. New guy shows up, plugs his channel, says Dive Bar. Yeah. I mean, it's smart, right? Citizen M says it's not indicative of the quality of today's show. Times are just shit. Oh, I know. I just, look, in order to do this show, we need to hit a certain goal. And if I don't hit it, then you got to work more. You know? Just hoping you guys would throw in a couple bucks and we can knock this out. I'm trying to salvage as much dignity as I can. You know, I'm trying not to, openly say, look, where the books are right now, that 70 to start the week is important. That's what I'm trying to do. But you guys are making me say it. $70 away. Just everybody throw in 5 or 10. Let's knock it out. I would appreciate it. We've got, all right, so that teacher is fired. Here's one that scares the shit out of me. Maybe that Never Trump guy should have stuck around. Because this, you know me, the one thing that makes me really nervous about Trump is the tariff shit. I hate tariffs. I think they're bad. I think they're terrible. I think they hurt the economy. I don't mind it when he does it to scare the shit out of countries to do what we want. And so far that's worked. But there's going to come a time where one of these countries is going to call our bluff. And we're going to have to do the tariff thing. Now, if the tariff thing gets these countries to do what we want, great. Awesome. I think that's wonderful. If the tariff thing also causes industry to move to America and just produce goods here, I think that's also a good use of tariffs. But if the tariff is just, here, fuck you, boom, we're slapping an extra tariff on your goods, well, now that potentially could become more expensive for the consumer. And that's the kind of thing that I want to stay away from. So then everybody can donate more money to Steel Toe, because right now we're still $70 away. I'm dancing for my supper, and I'm not. My dance moves ain't the greatest. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go, boys and girls. Here we go. Donald Trump in the Oval Office talking tariffs. Please throw us a couple.
And on trade, I have decided, for purposes of fairness, that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the United States of America, we will charge them. No more, no less.
Okay, great. And if that means that these countries are going to lower tariffs on American imports or American exports, say if they import from America, then I think that's wonderful. That will lead to that will lead to America being able to sell more products. That would be great. But if those countries just go, well, then fine, fuck you, have reciprocal tariffs. Well, then that's just the prices are going to go up for everybody, and that really, really sucks. Or if it causes those products to go, you know, with all these tariffs and stuff, it doesn't make it very profitable for us to ship to America. Maybe we should just go build the stuff there, seeing as it's our best and biggest market. That would be good. The last thing I want to see is these tariffs actually take place. Also, why does he have 2 phones? That's starting to bug me.
In other words, they charge us a tax or tariff, and we charge them the exact same tax or tariff. Very simple. Nobody knows what that number is unless you go by the individual country. You can see what it is if you go to the individual country and you look at what they're charging us. In almost all cases, they're charging us vastly more than we charge them, but those days are over.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's been saying it since his first term. I mean, the United States is getting absolutely bent over on trade. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the U.S. is getting crushed on tariffs. I mean, people have been taking us to the woodshed when it comes to trade deficits. And I understand, like, part of the trade deficit thing is that America buys a lot more and has a lot more buying power than other countries. But we haven't exactly been protecting ourselves when it comes to trade. I mean, we've kind of been doing that citizen of the world thing, and that, you know, politicians have been in control of it instead of businessmen being in control of it. So that kind of eats a dick, and we've been, again, getting taken to the woodshed. So maybe it is time that things get more even. I'm always going to be skittish about tariffs. I'm never going to salute and applaud tariffs because I think overall they're bad. I think overall it's bad for the working class. I think it's bad for consumers. I think it's bad for businesses. So I just don't want to see that come to fruition, is all. Sam Show says, Aaron, you can't successfully run a failed radio show. What the fuck do you know about running a country? You're right. Can't argue with the guy when he's right. I took a big gamble to do overtime today because now I look like an asshole twice. Look like an asshole for losing by $70. And now I'm doing overtime. We're 20 minutes in. We've made, what, $3, $4 during overtime? Oh, throw us a couple. Let's see if we can get something out of this. That would be nice. Aaron, you could use Somali accounting techniques to cook the books for the show. No, I can't because there's dollars in, dollars out. So $70 away. I'd love it if we could hammer it out. Chevy fan says, Aaron, come sell cars. It's the slow season. You know what? It's just one of those deals where I think this is maybe the support level we have and like the success level we have as a show. Like, we're just barely going to stay alive. Like, that's kind of our thing. That's the way it's been for what, 2-3 years? I think for the last 2-3 years, it's been goal to goal, day to day, and we've kept it going. I mean, we've had to make cuts and everything else, but we've kept it going. Dip into the merch store, fool. You can only dip into the merch store so many times. Balls Deep with 99 cents. Thank you very much. Helgi says, Aaron doesn't run a show. He slow walks it right off the ledge. Oh, boy. Well, we're going to throw us a couple of bucks. April's OG Parents Hobby Farm. I can always count on him, to be honest. He goes, coming from an OG, this is pathetic. Go get a job. I don't want to give up. I love doing my show. I would be so fucking depressed if my show went away. I'd be really sad. Like, because then I just failed. You know what I mean? It's just a failure. And I think we've still got a little juice left in these legs. I just didn't want to miss on a Monday, is all. I just didn't want to have a Monday miss. That just seems like bad juju, if you will. Let's talk about the Ohio coming bill. Let's leave on jizz. I mean, if we're going to miss by $70 today, which I hope we don't, if you feel like contributing to the show, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, that would be gravy. But if we're gonna die, we're gonna die on jizz. Wait, what? What do we got? $5 from Kyler. Thank you, Kyler, for the $5. That is fantastic. $10 from Dive Bar. Thank you, pal. He says, a self-employed, progressive-leaning, so-called Republican can't start a Monday off with a better mind fuck than that. I know. He's an unconventional dude, isn't he? That's for sure. $55 away from today. Let's fucking go. Let's get that last 55 in. We got a little rally there. Let's do it, baby. Atomic Ray with $1 says, then quit when you are supposed to, or take my offer and take payments for banning YouTubers in Rumble chat. Take payments for banning YouTubers in Rumble chat. Take payments for banning YouTubers in... Oh, if you want to pay me to ban people, look, a beggar can't be choosy. I mean, you want to pay me to ban assholes? I'll take payments to ban assholes. For sure. $15 from Anonymous on PayPal. Thank you very much. $40 away from hitting today. Let's fucking hit. $40 left. Let's do it. Let's go to Delco Lou with $1. He says, I'm calling it now. Phillies beat the Twins in the World Series in a very heartbreaking fashion for Minnesota. Thank you very much. Sam Show says, just yeet Johnny. I'm not going to yeet Johnny. I like Johnny. I think, obviously, we need Johnny. There we go. $20 from Dan. Thank you, Dan the man, for $20 over on PayPal. No offense, where you guys a half hour ago? Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Hey, we're only $20 away from today's goal. And yes, I am going to act like an arrogant dick if we actually knock it out. I'm kidding. Buzamok says, this is why Aaron is failing. Wherever idea comes his way with a $5 donation, he will take it. Truly pathetic. Buzamok, we know you're just upset. No, I am trying to weed out a certain element of our show. I think it's cancerous, and I think it's bad, and I think physically probably dangerous at some point. I mean, there does seem to be an obsession with me that's bordering on not knowing where the line is. I mean, fan fiction and stuff like that. That I've seen it before. It crosses over to action. I mean, hurting innocent people just because I have a hobby. I mean, that's real. So I am trying to weed out that element just because I think it's cancerous, and it also causes you to not grow. It's very short term, you know. It's very short term. $20 away from today. Who's got that last 20? Or who's got 5 of that last 20? Let's knock it out and call it another win for the toe. Thank you very, very much. Let's go to the Jizz Bill. You guys knock out the last 20. We'll call it a W. Apparently, they want to make it a crime to blow a load and not make a baby in Ohio. Now, it's 100% a troll bill. It's designed to be like a fuck you to the anti-abortion people. Like, well, if you don't want babies killed, then every load should produce a baby. And it's like, is it going to get to that childish level? We're just never, this abortion thing is like Joker and Batman. It's a battle that's bound to be fought forever. It's never going to go away. It's just going to be constant, never ending. So we're going to be arguing about eggs and sperms and babies and embryos until we die.
Sponsored by Democratic State Representatives Anita Somani, an OBGYN from Dublin, and Tristan Rader of Lakewood.
Let me look at your cunt lass. Sorry.
The whole entire point of this bill is to call out the hypocrisy.
Oh, there's a Dublin, Ohio. My mistake.
Particularly the state legislature, when they bring forward bills to regulate women's bodies.
Now, there are exceptions to the proposed law, which include sperm donation, contraception, and members of the LGBTQ community.
Oh, interesting. So you can be gay and you can just blow loads in buttholes. And that's fine. Interesting. Well, if you donate sperm, that might become a baby. That's fine. Contraception. I don't know. And then, of course, the LGBTQ community, because you can't attack them because those are your only voters you have left. Can't go after the gays. In fairness, if you want to stop people from blowing loads without having babies, gays are the people you got to stop. They're getting after it. I mean that as a compliment. Sexually, they hit the goal. Unlike me, they hit the goal. So you don't want to put a stop to that, do you? Or no, you do want to put a stop to that. So the fines are $1,000 for a first offense, $5,000 for a second offense, and $10,000 for any subsequent offense. It's too bad. $1 with Atomic Ray says very little cursing and great topics, even with all the gays distracting us rumblers. Hey, I thought today's show was great. Who's got $20 for us before we go? We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left in overtime, and we're only $20 away from banging out today's goal. Technically $19 away from knocking out today's goal. So get in there, throw us a couple of bucks. $20 for a win. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's go. 1 minute left. Can we get that last 20? I think it can be done. It's a weird way to get there, but it's doable. Let's get that last 20, kids. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Any way you want. Do it $5 at a time. Do it $10 at a time. Let's just make sure it gets done. We got 40 seconds to go. $35. 30 seconds to go. Let's see if we can get it done. $20 left, guys. $20. We got almost all the way out there. Almost all the way. 20 seconds to go. Finish off the last 20. You got this. 15. Yeah, Dive Bar says $20 is a buffet. No big loss. No, it's not a big loss. I just don't like it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, boy. Well, we gave you the extra 30. It did net us an extra 50, which is nice. But we're going to miss by 20 today. Aw, shucks. Well, hey, you know what? Here's the deal. If you hate Steel Toe, and that's why you watch, then today's a good day for you. Because we lost by $20 on the most important part of the show. You should be thrilled about that. All right, I'm going to take off, guys. Thank you very much for your generosity. Oh, there's $10 from Toad Climbs Mountain, says paying for the goodness I'll listen to on replay. Oh, my goodness. That means we're $10 away. Now, wait a minute. $10 away. I mean, Helgi says you missed mine and Das Optic Nerves donations. No, I didn't, did I? No, I got those. My man. All right, so just $10 away. There's $1.99 from someone calling me a loser. I'll take $1.99. Now it's like $9 away. Chad Buzamak says, just walk away. You lost. I know. But we lost by $9 now. I mean, a $9 loss, that's a cheeseburger. All right, guys, we're out of here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun today. I loved it. I hope you loved it. Let's have a great evening show tonight at 7. I can't tell you whether or not Johnny's on today at 2. I don't know if he's doing an afternoon show. He might. I know he wanted to spend time with his daughter this morning because she didn't have school. I'm not sure if he's going to be on at 2 o'clock. But check it out. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, on Rumble, and on Twitch. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe. We'll see you later.